Good morning. The December 14th, 2021 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the department and ask you to please silence your devices. We will facilitate a fair and responsible hearing, and I request that if you are speaking, that you would please get close to the microphone, state your name and title for the record. And we would ask that you continue to speak into the microphone so that for the benefit of the panel as well as our viewing audience and for the recording. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and a transcript of the meeting will be posted on the DESE website. So we appreciate all of you being here this morning. I think we need to start with a few announcements. We have received a resignation letter from Grant Hodges, effective immediately. So Mr. Hodges is pursuing some other interest and is unavailable for the panel. We have an announcement of one of our panel members has a very special announcement. Miss Sonia, would you like to tell us what has recently happened?
Thank you. For those of you that know me, know that I hate tooting my own horn, but
Toot.
But I was fortunate just to complete my doctoral degree, and so I graduated on December 4th from Maryville University in St. Louis, and I now have a doctorate in higher education leadership. So
awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations, Dr. McMurray. And then we have a little sad but exciting news. Our charter director, Tim Johnston, has taken a new position. Tim, you want to come to the microphone and tell us what you're going to be doing?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. I have accepted the position of Associate Director with Career and Technical Education. So I will be working with Dr. Wright McMurray as well as Ross White and all of the staff in the CTE division.
So we are sad to lose him in charter, but always happy to enhance anyone's career, and especially when they're staying with the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. So we're very excited about that. Congratulations, Tim.
Thank you.
And graciously, our own Dr. Matthew Sutherland has agreed to not only continue to work with standards, but to take on the role of charter director for a period of time. So starting in January, you'll see Dr. Matthew Sutherland and get your emails and correspondence from him as he takes on that role. So thank you very much. And I believe, Dr. Williams, you have an announcement you want to make as well?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. I can't remember the number of years that I've been on the Charter Authorizing Panel. I was trying to figure that out. But this will be my last meeting. I will be submitting my resignation the end of this week, first of next week. This has been a great experience between this and serving on the State Board of Education for 7 years. I recently went on the Rockefeller Foundation board, and between the foundations I'm working with here, my time has become limited and want to spend more time with my grandkids. And that's kind of going to be my highlight of my next journey that I'm going to start. But it has been great working with the Department of Education and working with the schools and so forth. And to go out the right way, Mr. Baldwin and I had a chance to go visit the school yesterday. So that's how I really wanted to kind of finish this off. So it's great. And I just want to say thank you to everyone at the Department of Education. It's been a great ride.
Well, Dr. Williams, you have been an amazing public servant, and we certainly appreciate you both for your time on the state board, but most especially for us, for your guidance and leadership on the Charter Authorizing Panel. Any members would like to say anything?
I would, Madam Chair. I've known Dr. Williams for probably 20 or 25 years, and he is a man of impeccable integrity and character. He's, I think, brilliant. I suspect he has a photographic memory, and because he remembers everything. And I just, Dr. Williams, Nack, I want to say thank you for everything, and for your leadership and for the strength that you brought to the charter panel.
Thank you.
I'm not quite sure if you remember me, but I remember looking up to you as a leader when I was at the U of A, day before yesterday. And so definitely have enjoyed working with you on the panel. I always felt like anytime that my thoughts aligned and agreed with yours, that I was on the right track. So thank you so much for your leadership on the panel, and hopefully we can work together in some capacity in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I just want to say I haven't been on this charter panel board very long, but I've always looked up to your leadership and what you have contributed to this board. So thank you for your time, because we know that's precious. But enjoy those grandkids. I hope to have them soon.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams, thank you so much for your leadership. I've always admired you from afar and respected you so much, and thank you for your time and support on this board.
Thank you. But you all on the panel is in great hands.
Thank you. We do appreciate, and we've learned a lot. All right. Well, any other announcements? Any secrets I don't know about? All right, then let's get started with our consent agenda this morning. And if panel members, if you will look at the minutes from our October 19th meeting, I'll accept a motion.
I'll make the motion.
To approve. I have a motion by Mr. Baldwin, a second by Ms. Saraceni to approve the October 19th, 2021 Charter Authorizing Panel minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, on our action agenda, Whitney, would you like to come and go over our procedures?
My name is Whitney James with the department, and each school will have 20 minutes to present information about their charter renewal. We will need the court reporter to swear in anyone who is speaking on behalf of the school, that is anybody but the attorneys, and I'm sorry, Ms. Kaufman will swear them in. And then there are no oppositions to any of the applications to the best of my knowledge, so there won't be anybody to speak after the schools. Then we'll have the legal review, and we would just remind everyone who is speaking to identify themselves and step up to the podium so that the court reporter can get a clear record.
Is that anyone from Cabot? If you will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Mr. Johnston, if you'll present the item.
Tim Johnston, DESI Charter Unit. First is Cabot Academic Center of Excellence. The district is requesting a renewal of the charter for a 5-year period. The campus serves grades 5 through 12. Current enrollment cap is 2,500 students. They are also requesting to change the name of the charter from Academic Center of Excellence to Cabot Panther Academy. The charter will continue to follow a combination of an alternative learning environment and will offer virtual only and credit recovery models. And present is Mr. Aaron Randolph, and I will let him introduce the rest of his team.
Good morning, Mr. Randolph.
Mrs. Kaufman, members of the panel. Appreciate you all giving us the opportunity to be here. And I am Aaron Randolph, Executive Director for Curriculum Instruction for the Cabot School District. And with me also, I have Mrs. Carrie Lair, the Principal at the Academic Center for Excellence, and Mrs. Mallory Jones, our Assistant Principal. And they are here with us to talk a little bit more about our charter, hopefully to get a renewal, and to tell you a little bit about the good things that are happening in Cabot and what we hope to do as we move forward in the future. So a little bit of background information, just so everybody can understand a little bit more about our charter, is as Mr. Johnston said, we do have a completely virtual option. We have an ALE setting, and we also have a hybrid setting. And so some students don't come 5 days a week, 8 o'clock to 3:20. We have a little bit more flexibility because we know, there's some situations that students may have to work. They may have to take care of family members. They may have to be doing different things. And so we want to have a little bit more flexibility. And so we have those 3 different settings on our campus and as part of our charter. And so it's a little bit unique animal compared to all our other schools. And so we'll tell you a little bit more about our charter school. And the mission that we have for the Panther Academy is that we are going to reimagine education by building relationships, inspiring every student to reach their potential, teaching students academic life skills, guiding them to become successful, productive citizens, and also helping them to find their own strengths and unique abilities. And that's something we'll reference several times throughout this presentation, is it's about the individual students. One thing that we want to emphasize at the Cabot Panther Academy is that every kid is different. Every student has a unique skill set and has unique interests, and we want to have the opportunity to work with them to help them grow individually. So what is CPA, Cabot Panther Academy? And it is a place where all students are valued, that we see them as individuals. We see that they have individual educational needs, and we know that they have specific needs, or maybe there's some specific interventions that they need to be successful on their own, and we want to work with them through that. It's also a place that we allow students to work at their own pace. Utilizing the Edmentum platform for education, we allow students to progress. The more they learn, the faster they learn, great. We want to help them go faster. They need a little bit more targeted support, then we can slow them down and they can work at that, but it's at their own pace. And we also know, as again, I mentioned work, families, everything else, that we have students that have a lot of responsibilities outside of the school setting. Utilizing Edmentum in a hybrid setting or completely digital allows students to have flexibility in their life where they can best meet the needs of their own academic schedule. And then also smaller settings. We allow a lot more of a small settings. You notice in ALE is a 15-to-1 ratio, students to teachers. In our hybrid setting, we have a little bit bigger numbers, but still falling within that threshold. And what we do is that we are able to pull students in small groups versus having 28 kids, 30 kids in a classroom in a traditional 7-12 setting. We can pull them and work with them in small groups. They're all working individually at their own pace. So if we know these students need extra support and say, the Pythagorean theorem or something along those lines, then we can work with them. We can even pull them one-on-one, and we have teachers in space spread out across our campus for that very purpose. So no student has ever felt like they're just one of a big group of students. We can meet with them one-on-one, and we talk weekly with them and go through all those specific issues. Also, the Cabot Panther Academy serves students from all our other 7-12 campuses, and it is a 5-12 charter. So we do have that opportunity for an ALE setting for students in 5th or 6th grade, but typically the biggest percentage of our students are made up by 7-12. We have students from junior north, south, freshman academy, and the high school. Sometimes students will actually take their electives on those campuses. Maybe they're involved in football, maybe they're involved in band at those other campuses, and we work with them, we provide transportation, so we have a lot of different opportunities that they're not just at Panther Academy, unless that's where they want to be all day. And we also know that we have students across the district that need something a little bit different, and then we can bring them into the Panther Academy and take care of them. And so, we're not one of those that's a north side of town or a south side of town. We're Cabot, and we take care of all the students in our district through that. And we can talk a lot more about why students choose to come to the Cabot Panther Academy, but we would love to actually let you hear from some students. So we've got a video that we've put together hearing from some of our current students, and then after that, Mrs. Lair is going to come up and talk a little bit more about the charter. should open up a YouTube video. Oh, okay.
ACE is a better choice for me because I feel like personally I do better schooling through like online courses rather than learning in a big classroom with like a big setting of people. I like a lot of things about ACE, but one of my favorite things are definitely the teachers, because not only are they like good at their jobs, but they're also, you can tell that they like really care about their students and like the well-being of their students, so that means a lot to me.
My favorite thing about ACE would be the staff here, because they help me a lot and help other students a whole lot.
I chose ACE because I like the flexible work week and it allows me to do work and I graduate early. ACE is different than any other school I've been to because it's a smaller like setting and I get to work at my own pace and not have to communicate with other people.
I chose to come to ACE because I have a job outside of school, and so the hours at ACE help me attend my job. You get to work at your own pace at ACE, which makes it easier and different than any other school I've been to.
My favorite thing about ACE is the staff because they're all very helpful. ACE is different from other schools I've attended because everything is on your own pace.
I go here and I can focus on my main classes, but I go to the high school for electives and it balances the social life. I get to talk to people over at the high school and then come here and do my work. This place has shown me a lot more opportunities that I could take for post-secondary education. It's really helped out a lot because I could plan out my life accordingly.
Good morning, Carrie Lair.
And I'm Mallory Jones. I'm the assistant principal at ACE. All right, so we just wanted to show you guys kind of some demographics of our district versus our specific school. So you can see here, just pulled from the data dashboard, this is the Cabot School District breakdown. And we also have the Cabot Panther Academy demographics broken down there. While these are great graphics, we thought that it might be easier to see it in a chart platform where you could compare them side by side. So here you can see that we have basically very similar demographics from Cabot School District versus our Cabot Panther Academy. We're all in a line there. We also have our enrollment. You can see here, these are 4 years of enrollment at the Academic Center of Excellence. We kind of hit a peak in the 2018-2019 school year. We declined just a tad, and now we are at 347 students. We've had a massive increase this year, and we're really excited about it. Our program is growing. We have all of these students that we get to help every day. It's really our passion. Like you said, we have that individualized learning opportunity, and we're getting to grow our program to hit more students in the Cabot School District. So our goals review. So these are the previous goals. Ms. Layer and I were not involved as far as creating these goals. However, we were involved on assessing these goals. So the first goal from the previous charter was to increase the school's average ACT composite score. The goal was to score a 20 or higher. Unfortunately, our school did not meet that criteria. We have a 20 is a pretty lofty goal in serving at-risk students. It seems that maybe that was a little far-fetched at that time. We would like to continue to use the ACT composite score in the future as a goal. However, we think that the 20 mark might be a little too high. You can see here a chart breakdown of where we have been since the 2017-2018 school year. So our second goal We wanted to improve the students' proficiency percentage in math on an average of 10% each school year. So we, again, unfortunately did not meet that goal either. We have quite a few students, again, that are in an at-risk population. You know, we have a total number of students that we anticipated are coming from those at-risk, that are coming from those at-risk situations. We think that, you know, having that assessment percentage might have been a little too high again. For those reasons, as well as the desire to prepare our students for post-secondary education success, we want to be able to modify that goal for the future. And you can see here the breakdown again. Our goal number 3 was that we wanted to increase the percentage in literacy by an average of 5% each year. We wanted to increase that proficiency percentage. However, again, we did not meet that goal of the 60% readiness by 2021. Again, we do have students coming from that at-risk population, and we anticipate, again, that there's always going to be a kind of a high validity in the assessment percentages. So we do believe that kind of hindered us from actually meeting this goal. And again, you have a chart here with all of the data. And again, we wanted to increase the student proficiency in science on an average of 5% each year from 2016 on the ACT Aspire. You can see, again, unfortunately, we did not meet that goal for the same reasons that were mentioned in the previous goals as far as increasing the percentage of proficiency on ACT Aspire. Our at-risk population, assessment percentages, we really feel like there are other ways to assess students other than test scores moving forward. And again, here's a chart of our ACT Aspire data. All right, we have some Panther Academy highlights that we would love to share with you guys.
All right, so unfortunately, like Ms. Jones said, we did not meet some of our charter goals. However, we do have a lot of great things going on at Panther Academy. One thing that we were very excited about was to be designated as a school on the move towards excellence this year. Our data, as you can see, our ESSA score rose by over 10 percentage points over this past year, so we were very excited about that. As you know, scores were not issued in 2020, so the difference between 2019 and 2021 was something we're very proud of. Weighted achievement, as you can see, that's a gigantic leap for us, so another area that we were very excited about this year. Moving forward, we continue to put great things out there and hope that the students will respond to that, and that goal will keep going up as well. One thing that we have included in our next goals for this upcoming charter renewal period is the ACT, the work keys assessments. That's something that we feel like our CTE students, they really strive towards doing those. Last year we had 14 students tested. This year we are estimating we're going to have about 80 by the end of the year, but we were excited to see that all 14 of them met a mastery level of at least bronze, silver, or platinum. So very great information there. Ms. Jones, you want to talk about Declaration Day?
I would love to. So we started a new event this year titled it Declaration Day. We have students that can actually finish their senior year pretty much at any time during the course of the school year. And so these are the students that finished early and will technically, I guess, be graduating in December. They just won't walk until May. We just wanted to give them a special time kind of to highlight and declare their next steps, whatever those might be once they graduate from Cabot. You can see here we have multiple students, different groups of students that are really excited. We got to invite their parents to come in. It was a great event. We had central office staff there. They really felt loved and celebrated this day. We will continue to celebrate our seniors every semester, so we will have a Declaration Day next semester as well.
And I think actually a couple of you might have been there on our Declaration Day. So. All right, so some academic updates since our last renewal. We do have new leadership in the building. Both Ms. Jones and I are new administrators. We focused on individualized intervention. We do have a fully digital learning option now, as Mr. Randolph had stated. Increased elective course offerings. We've worked really hard with our sister campuses in the district to align those to make sure that we have other offerings besides just our core classes. So that's been a big draw for our students. A push towards mastery level learning.
We have weekly small intervention group sessions, and a lot of that is based on our Edmentum data that we get through our exact path. We align that with our MAP data to make sure that we are assessing students and then using that data to help them grow. Professional learning communities has been a big push for us this year. Curriculum aligned, like I said, with the other campuses and our overall increased enrollment, but also parental involvement. COVID has brought about lots of changes, as you all know, so increasing that parental involvement has been key for us, and we feel like last year that's a big reason why we had such a great push and achievement. So these, moving forward, are the areas that we want to focus on for our charter renewal. An increase in our 4-year graduation rate. We were at around 78% last time. On the next screen that Ms. Jones is going to show you guys in a minute, we have a table, and we're going to increase that up into the 80s, and hopefully by the end of that 5-year period, we're close to 90% for that 4-year rate. Increasing the school's average ACT composite score, increasing the percentage of juniors and seniors that are participating in those CTE courses, as well as the Work Keys assessment. Also, a big push for us right now is that SEL program. With COVID, again, a lot of changes have come about, and we know that students are dealing with more trauma now than they ever have before, so a push towards making sure that we address those needs is also important to us. And then increasing the enrollment for future students who are considered at risk. All right, and that's just a breakdown of all of those goals and projections out for those 5 years. So the overall Panther Academy experience, we wanted to be individualized to each student. If you noticed that our logo earlier was a fingerprint, we truly feel like each of our students are unique in their needs and challenges, just like we each have our own individual fingerprint. We know that those students need individualized help and instruction. By offering them a flexible schedule and different options, we hope that they are college and career ready. We have many students that are going straight into the workforce. We have some that go into the military, so just overall helping them, meeting them where they're at. That's what our experience is about. Another focus that we have had this year is working with our faculty and staff on identifying their why. It takes a special group of people to work at an at-risk school, so we want to make sure that we have the best group of people there that we can to help our students. And we want to end with a video from a couple of our staff members.
My name is Rita House, and I've worked in the Cabot School District as a classroom teacher for about 33 years, and I've mostly focused on students that are in 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. Along with teaching general education, I've also done special education, and I've also provided intervention services in the area of phonics and also served kids for dyslexia.
My name is Nicole True. I'm the school counselor here at ACE. I serve 7th through 12th grade digital, ACE, and with our ALE program. And I've been in the Cabot School District for, this will be my 18th school year. Probably my favorite thing about being here is working with students from just about every background, because we have students that have been a long time student in this area. We've had students move in from other environments. And I just feel like this setting makes a world of difference in ways to care for and to meet students' needs.
This is a teacher's dream setting. You have no distractors, such as discipline, a lot of paperwork, a lot of duty. You just teach. You work with kids. I think once you build those really good relationships and a rapport with students, they also learn to trust you more in this setting, and they seek advice on, hey, you know, I have a situation at work, or I have a personal relationship issue. what do you think I should do about this? And so this probably by far has been the most rewarding experience as a teacher that I have ever encountered.
In this setting, I think because of the great support we have here with our administrators and our teachers, we all kind of work together as a team. I'm able to find and carve out those opportunities to meet with students in a smaller setting.
I can truly say after 34 years, I have my dream job.
And that did conclude our presentation.
Thank you so much. I will, just for the record, let you know that Ms. Saraceni and I had a wonderful visit at ACE or Cabot Panther Academy, maybe for the future. And it was quite, it was very enjoyable, but it was just reinvigorating to get to talk to the students and to the teachers and to hear what they were learning and what their takeaways were from it. So it was very impressive. You want to add anything?
I just want to say that in visiting with the students, they really felt, you could really tell they were where they needed to be. And to me, that's why we're here, is to impact all students. And it was very obvious that you were impacting students' lives.
Thanks.
All right. Let's get started with waivers then. Ms. James, if you'll come up and if you'll remain close, so she will go over each waiver and then we'll have questions for you. Thank you so much.
My name is Whitney James with the department. At this time, I'll go over the final legal review, and then once I'm done, if there's anything the school needs to clarify, we can go over that. And also, I will want the school to confirm that everything that I have stated is correct. That way it's on the record. The school did respond and state that they do not have ALE students engaged in virtual learning, so that resolves my general legal concern. I do not have any legal concerns regarding the first waiver, adopting a school calendar. The second waiver, class
So
size.
do you want me to stop as we go along?
However you prefer to do it, we can go through them one by one, or at the end, you know, we can talk about any concerns, whichever you prefer.
Any preference? So I think that's the one I mainly have a question about. So I'd like to hear the rationale for why this school would have a different calendar than the other schools in the district.
Yes, ma'am. So at this point, we don't have a request to have a different calendar. But what we've been talking about is just with that mindset of flexibility in the future, if there is an extreme student need to have a different start date, to have, you know, different days how it works that may not necessarily align with the rest of the district, we just wanted to maintain that flexibility for us. And again, I think going back to that individualized piece, that we want to be able to offer something different to students if that's what the desire is from our community.
And so you're aware that a commissioner memo came out recently about school calendars that districts have to make a decision?
Yes, yes, and so that's, again, with having the flexibility within the charter, we have that opportunity if something else is needed beyond what the district would decide. So my understanding with the commissioner's memo is we have those 4 options, and the district decides of those 4 which one they would follow as a district as a whole, but we still wanted to have that potential for ACE to do, or Cabot Panther Academy to do something different.
Any discussion? I think it's a challenge.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not comfortable with it myself, without a better rationale for why. But I'm just one. All right, Ms. James, let's go ahead and move forward, and then we can always come back and revisit that one.
I do not have any legal concerns with their request for a waiver or to continue their waiver of class size and teaching load. I do not have any, they've actually got 2 class size and teaching load waivers listed, but I don't have an issue with class size and teaching load compensation. I do not have an issue with them continuing their waiver of library media services. That's waiver number 4. No legal issues with waiver number 5, which is the balance of print, non-print, and electronic media. They are rescinding their waiver of code section 617203, which is waiver number 6. No issues with that. Most of the time, I'm not going to have issues with a school rescinding a waiver. Most of the time. They are also asking to rescind their waiver of code section 6171701 et sec. I have no issues with that. Number 8, they are asking to rescind their waiver of the Teacher Fair Dismissal Act, which is 6171501 et sec. They are also asking to rescind their waivers 9 and 10, the definition of a teacher, and warrants void without a valid license and contract. They're just moving those code sections over to their teacher licensure waiver. They're still asking for them, they're just rescinding them on their application and moving them to a different spot. On the legal review, I go exactly by what they've got on their application just to prevent confusion. They are asking to rescind their waiver of a school counselor licensure. I don't have any issues with that. They are asking to continue their waiver of instructional time and 6-hour instructional day. I did ask about waiving recess for the elementary students, and they have confirmed they do not have elementary students enrolled in virtual learning. The 13th waiver request is a continuation of Standard 1A 4.1, which is student-teacher interaction days. I do not have a legal issue with that. They are rescinding their request for a waiver of superintendent licensure, no issues with that. And then they have several code sections as standard and are adding Section 7 of the rules governing educator licensure to their teacher licensure waiver request, which is number 15. I believe my concern before was that first they needed to add the rules, which they do want to add the rules, Section 7. And the school has confirmed that they are aware they must meet all Arkansas qualified teaching standards and that all special education teachers will have full licensure. If all that is correct, I would just ask the school to please confirm I've got it all right.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I should remind you. Just please confirm I've got it all
No, we can
correct.
confirm that, yes.
Okay. All right, we're ready to start our questions then. Dr. Wright McMurray, would you start us off?
I did have a question I wanted to go back to just for my clarification. You said you don't have any students that are of elementary age enrolled in virtual.
That's correct.
So that allows them to waive the recess requirement?
Yeah, you don't need
Do
it.
you not ever anticipate having any students enrolled at that level?
No, ma'am. No, in fact, when we came last summer on the digital learning plan, that was one thing that we were very adamant about, was that we felt like K-6 was where we had the biggest struggles with virtual learning last year, and so did not want to continue that option. And so that was one we were pretty adamant about that, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Saraceni? Mr. Baldwin?
I was interested in your process that you went through to reevaluate your goals. And so I do think the goals initially were pretty aggressive, it looked like, for the population that you serve. But talk to us about how you adjusted those goals and how comfortable you are that you'll hit the goals in the future.
Sure. And I'd love to have my colleagues come up and talk about that too, because that was one of the things that we worked with our staff and looked at our students and what were things that were achievable. And even looking at some of the metrics, for example, for graduation rate, it's very easy, I think, sometimes for people to put a goal, like here's our ultimate goal, but is it truly a smart goal? Is it something that's reasonable? Can we achieve it? And so I'd love for them to talk a little bit more about how they did that in their building.
So when we've met with our leadership team, we have about 3 teachers on the leadership team that were there when the previous charter was renewed. And when visiting with them, they agreed that those goals were probably a little lofty, going back and looking at that, especially with an at-risk population. I'll use that composite score for an example. 20 is higher than the national average, or right at the national average. So expecting a group of at-risk students to score at that point was probably a little far-fetched for what we could really do. Some of the other goals, when you talk about those percentages of testing, if our overall scores are going up, then naturally those scores should progress along with that. So we felt like not only, we know ACT is important, but we looked at some CTE goals, social emotional goals. We just felt like post-COVID, reimagining school is what we've got to do. Nothing is really the same as it was 5 years ago when we came for renewal, so that was very important to us, that we be more realistic and look at students individually, and hopefully with that individual growth would bring about a school growth as well.
So I think I heard you say that you had several people involved in, I guess my follow-up question would be, teachers were involved, and so the folks that are actually teaching the students were part of the goal setting?
Yes, sir. For the renewal, yes, sir. So those goals were not only established by the leadership team, but we also had student input on those as well.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Flowers?
I asked my question, so thanks for your response.
Dr. Williams?
Yes, I'm going to follow up a little bit with Mr. Baldwin. First of all, I love the process of you all presenting the goals and the fact that you didn't reach those goals. I mean, it gives us a look into what you're striving to do, and I agree those goals was probably somewhat ambitious for those students. So your new goals look good, but my question is about your mission statement. When I look at your old mission statement and look at your new mission statement, that's quite a growth process from one to the next. Could you just talk a little bit about what led you to change your mission statement and how you went about it?
Yeah, so, and I hate to keep referring to COVID, but that's kind of where we're at. The last 2 summers at our back to school days, we've really talked about focusing on our why, developing a sense of who we are as a school and as a community. We've invited stakeholders into those meetings, school board members, central office administrators. We want to make sure that everyone is on the same page, because when we talk about that at-risk group of students, it's important that not only we reach them at our school, but community-wide. We work with them on finding jobs and different things, and we just decided a mission overall is really focusing on their individuality and making sure that we reach each student separately, but also as a whole. We feel like if we could do that, then we're really serving our community better, and that matches up with that mission.
Thank you. It's just when I have them up on my second screen here in the application, and when you read the first one and then you look at the second one, it's kind of an epiphany has occurred there. Yes, great job on this.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Ms. Saraceni?
More of a comment. I just appreciate that when you were looking at your waivers, the ones you weren't utilizing, you rescinded. And to me, I applaud you on that, because sometimes we do not do that. It's easier just to go on and continue, but I felt like you analyzed what you needed. So thank you.
And I will say that was one of the things that we discussed as we were going through. There were waivers in there, for example, counseling. Like, no, like our kids need a counselor. So it's not something we would pursue. So that was something we really discussed.
So let me ask the question, do you feel like you have the waivers necessary to implement your digital learning plan for the next 5 years? Because, I mean, that all ends with your charter, and so as you're renewing your full concept.
And I would say, so on those digital waivers, so I included an addendum that I hope you all got them on Friday, and it was specific to that digital learning plan, because that was one concern that we had. We were just reviewing things last week and went, oh heavens, what we went through this summer is not on our charter renewal. And so with those waivers that are part of that digital learning plan, that we can continue on and be successful with digital learning. But those that were on the initial application we submitted, that we would need those additional waivers from the summer.
Ms. James, did you get a chance to review those?
I got the addendum last night, so I can pull it up here.
Like I said, it's exactly what
Okay.
we submitted this summer.
Let's give Ms. James a few moments to review those. In reading through, your program is a 200-to-1 ratio max is what you've recommended on class size and teaching load. And honestly, as I'm reading through, the waivers all make sense to me. I'm stuck on the school calendar.
Sure.
And the reason I'm stuck on it is because, I mean, we're asking districts to make district decisions. I don't have a good rationale for why, and in case doesn't sit well with me, because we amend so easily and quickly when schools need it, and they come with a rationale, and that's what I'm hung on, without a rationale. I mean, I need a solid reason, because you have flexibility with, you know, the school day and how many hours the kids are doing, and I just need a reason for why you might need to start early. Going longer, I mean, we allow kids to go to summer school, and there's lots of programs for kids to continue their learning, but official school calendars are very important to me.
Yes, ma'am. I will tell you the conversation that we had was just looking at, you know, the need that may exist for students to come in, we'll say 2 weeks before school starts, before everyone else comes to school, having an earlier start date.
So you can do that now. I mean, with a select group of students. It's when you're taking a school calendar and you're saying everyone starts at a certain time, and all of our contracts start at a certain time. So just like you can have summer school, you can have a pre-start opportunity for kids that want to attend. You can do that now. I mean, that's just, we are never sad about adding educational opportunities for kids. So, I mean, lots of people have summer schools that, you know, go right after school ends in the summer or in the midsummer, or they'll do kind of a pre-learning opportunity for kids before the school year officially begins.
But would that count towards, so if we had 190-day contracts, is that something we would, because in our summer services, we typically pay those staff members to come and work those other hours. It's not counted in that 190 days. Do we have flexibility to do that and have it be part of the 190?
As long as you're providing 178 days of instructional opportunities to all students. I mean, how you design if you were having some people that started earlier with a small group and other people that were ending later with the later groups, those are all decisions that you're making. We don't we set the amount. We don't set the time frame. So, yeah, there's some flexibility in doing that. Just know that you're not going to be able to end school in April and say, oh, well, we did all of ours 2 weeks early.
Sure. Could we see wanting to start the school, or would it be just a select group of students?
I would say a select group.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we rescind that? Is that
You
right?
certainly can. And the point is, if you try that with select kids and see, oh, that's super successful, then, you know, there's always a process to come back and say, oh, we've got data now to say this worked, and then we might need to amend based on something that we know works, we need a little more reason. Ms. James, when you're ready.
The only two additional waivers, and y'all can confirm this, that they wanted to add that are related to their digital learning plan that they didn't have on their original application are the attendance waiver and the clock hours waiver. Is that correct? Okay. And the attendance is code section 618.213A2, and clock hours is standard 1A2. I don't have any issues with that if they need it for their digital learning plan, but we can go ahead and add that to the waiver list.
So you would be confirming that you are taking attendance based on the students' engagement in their online activities as opposed to a physical presence.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're confirming that on the clock hours, because you're required to have 120 clock hours to consider that a credit in high school, that the students have completed coursework that would be similar to the coursework expected of a class for credit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Wright McMurray?
Just more of a comment and a recommendation. I know that your district does have a Jobs for Arkansas Graduates program, and we have it that's aligned with the ALE. And just looking at your current roster, there's like 25 students on the roster, so I think there's an opportunity there for you to build in more students to be engaged in that program, because looking at your anticipated goals, a lot of what the JAG program addresses and focuses on will help you to meet those goals. So I just think that I just wanted to encourage you to try to enroll more students in that program and engage them more through that process.
We have actually partnered with a local church who have sponsored some of our JAG students for this upcoming semester, for the spring semester. So we have 48 that have indicated that they're going to enroll in JAG in the spring. So I'm hoping that that's almost double of what we are at right now.
Very good.
Any additional questions? Any questions of us? We're all clear? Digital learning plan included in the process? Okay. All right. Then if there's no further conversation, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Dr. Williams and a second from Dr. Wright McMurray to approve the Cabot Panther Academy for 5 years with the waivers as discussed. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. As you know the process, we'll take a moment to record our thoughts and share those with you, and then at the next state board meeting, the board will determine if they will review or not review.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams, if you would start us off, please.
Absolutely. I support the motion. Cabot Panther Academy will continue to meet the needs of students via in-person, virtual, and hybrid learning. What really stands out is their work with ALA students.
Thank you. Dr. Baldwin? Mr. Baldwin, sorry.
Thank you. I vote to approve the renewal. I think the program does benefit the student population that you serve, and I really like the fact you've reevaluated your goals and set those at an appropriate level.
Dr. Flowers?
Yes, I vote to approve the charter renewal for Cabot Panther Academy with waivers as discussed. I'm excited about all student educational opportunities as you reimagine their individualized needs while working to meet the needs of your new SMART goals.
Thank you. Ms. Saraceni? Dr. Wright McMurray?
I support the motion to renew. I appreciate the thoughtful consideration of reviewing and revising goals for the school. I am encouraged that moving forward, CAP will continue to provide a strong environment that will produce great resources and outcomes for their students.
Congratulations. I was just thinking, we're Charter Authorizing Panel, CAP, you're CPA. We could share letters. Congratulations. So really amazing work going on there with kids. And I will share, Carly and I were so impressed when we were talking to the students, but so my impression was very high. But then when I got to talk to one of your teachers and talk about our shared role in the traditional school as opposed to the academy, she was really thoughtful and insightful, and just the idea that the things that she's learning in your school could be transferred to the other school to benefit all students is really exciting. So keep that conversation going. We're really proud of you. Thank you. If you would like to take, Tim, there you are. Would you like to take about a 6-minute break so we can get our next group in and get everything ready? All right, thank you. right, let's call our meeting back together. Mr. Johnston, if you'll present our next agenda item.
Tim Johnston, Desi Charter Unit. Next is Hot Springs Junior Academy. The district is requesting renewal for the Hot Springs Junior Academy for a 5-year period. The campus currently serves grades 7 through 9. Current enrollment cap is 900 students, and the charter will continue to follow a traditional education model. And present, we have Dr. Taryn Eccles and William Brazel.
If you will stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, you are recognized. If you'll state your name for the record, please, you may begin.
I'm Taryn Eccles, and
And I'm William Brazel, head principal of the Junior Academy.
he really goes by Billy, so we're going to call him Billy today. Thank you all for allowing us to come today. We are going to talk you through Hot Springs Junior Academy and their charter renewal. Today you're going to learn about our original charter goal progress, glows and grows through the last 5 years, moving forward, and then waiver requests. We just added them in the presentation, so that'll be the end of our kind of communications part. HSJA is really preparing our students for the flagship at Hot Springs World Class High School. So many of you saw me last year when we came via Zoom to ask for another 5-year renewal for the high school. And so the Junior Academy is our flagship. Currently they serve 821 scholars, grades 7 through 9. And Hot Springs School District is the most diverse school district within Garland County. You can see our demographics there. But those demographics and what I'm going to talk to you about in the next couple of slides don't define the work that is going on at Hot Springs Junior Academy. In 2020-2021, HSJA was selected to participate in the PLC pilot cohort 4. They had applied twice and finally received the application during the 2021 school year. So since then, I kind of want to talk about the things that have happened over the last year and a half. The school has established essential standards and unpacked them for learning targets, which is a keen focus on providing a high quality learning experience for all students. They've revised the mission and the vision, created a celebration tracker, and Mr. Brazel is going to talk to you all a little bit more about that houses all of their essential learning and assessments for all content. And they've added a plan to attack reading and math achievement through targeted RTI and core instruction. The mission of Hot Springs Junior Academy is to ensure high levels of learning for all students to compete in a global society. And that vision now is to become a national model PLC school by the completion of the 2022-2023 school year. So I want to talk briefly about the goals that the school had over the last 5 years. What I found when I took this role is that both conversion charter applications were actually written very differently. What we tried to do this next go around is really make them cohesive so that the goals at the Junior Academy really reflect what happens when students get to the high school. So the first goal of the last 5 years was to increase mathematics achievement. If you look throughout the application, you'll see I put a rationale in there as to why mathematics achievement has not increased. Part of that was due to a lack of core content instruction. The school at the time was using the Math 180 program, but instead of using that as an intervention, it was the core instruction, and that was not the right way to utilize that platform. So we took that away 2 years ago, and we have started implementing Eureka Math, which is what we use kindergarten through 6th grade. We use that now kindergarten through 8th grade, and with the help of our math instructional facilitator and myself, working with Mr. Brazel and his team, we've really worked through to develop essential standards and learning targets, specific and directed response to intervention for students who are not scoring where they need to or mastering those essentials, and then improving the mathematics curriculum.
The next goal from the last 5 years was to increase literacy achievement. If you look in the packet, the rationale is similar to what the rationale was for the mathematics achievement. The school at the time used Read 180, but instead of using it as a targeted intervention program, they were using it as a core instruction program, and that was not the intent of the platform. Therefore, our students' literacy scores, specifically in reading, did not increase. So what we've done over the last 2 years is the development of those same essential standards, but targeted them for literacy and reading, specific and directed response to intervention, but we also added some courses. So we added the reading courses, critical reading, academic reading, and we added those courses in for our 7th and 8th grade students. I think I came 2 years ago to ask for the district alignment to change. Originally in the charter, the alignment was 7th and 8th grade only. Now it is 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. So we configured both campuses, and now our junior academy campus houses 9th grade students. So we had to make some changes in regards to curriculum and instruction. The next goal was to provide career exposure and opportunities for students. This goal had very limited progress, and I believe the last time I was here, one of the statements that I very much remember is leadership matters. And when you have someone who is at the forefront of implementation of a conversion charter, you have to know how to take the vision and implement that and make it come to life. During the last 5 years, this goal was not achieved. In the original way that the charter was presented, the school changed master schedules from year to year. They changed their schedule in general from year to year, and that just didn't adhere to what the original goals of the charter needed. So what we've done over the last 2 years is now our current master schedule, we sat down. Mr. Brazel is a new principal, so let me back up to that. We hired him back in April, and so when we hired Mr. Brazel, he and I sat down and really talked about the last 5 years, and I told him, part of your first year, you get to renew your conversion charter at the junior academy. Luckily, he was assistant principal at the high school, so he knew what kind of needed to happen in order for us to make that work. So we put some things in place in the current master schedule for this school year to add this, providing exposure to students, but also our Tuesday and Thursday seminar classes. He's done a really good job of taking what we talked about this summer and really making it happen with our students. The standards-based report card, there is no standards-based report card at the 7th and 8th grade level for our students right now. I took that as a goal from the district level. When I started this position, we had standards-based report cards K2. We've moved those up to 6th grade for this year, but right now we've had a lot of discussion about that, and we don't think that that is something that we're going to pursue anytime soon. It is a challenge doing standards-based report cards if you really want to do them effectively through the professional learner community process. So we really are trying to hone in on the effectiveness of that kindergarten through 6th grade before we try to put that on our teachers and students at the 7th and 8th grade level. And then lastly was monitoring student progress. If you read the original application, this goal was very vague. To monitor student progress is something that we should always be doing anyways. So why the evidence that we had was not concrete evidence that we had monitored student progress the way it was written in the original application. So Mr. Brazel and I talked through one of the greatest things that I think he has access to right now is his celebration tracker. And what it does is it gives him a live view of actually what students are learning and what they're doing and what skills they're gaining in their classrooms on a day-to-day basis. So that's kind of where we are right now. It has CFAs and CSAs, and then also access to ACT summative assessments and NWA, all for each student compartmentalized in one complete document. So if you look at the last 5 years, you're probably going to say, well, what progress did you really make? We have made some progress, but it has been limited. The thing that I'm most proud of, though, is the conversations that Mr. Brazel and I have had over the summer to start implementing what needed to change effective immediately. Our ESSA school index, obviously the school for the 17-18, 18-19 school year earned a D letter grade. We didn't have ESSA school letter grades for the last 2 years, but SQSS did improve at the junior academy quite significantly. And I can tell you part of that was just an error on the part of our attendance keeping. The attendance component, student engagement on the ESSA school index, the score was very low during the 18-19 school year. So I did a little digging and found out that the way that they were taking school attendance was incorrect. So we fixed that, as well as done some training with his staff on what each component of the ESSA school index means, because it's very, very important for staff to know, not just your leadership, but staff to know how all of those indicators align to your school letter grade. So your harsh reality is always better than false hope. We can hope that things will get better, but you know, I really had to sit down with our superintendent and we had to talk about what we needed in the next leader at Hot Springs Junior Academy. So what has to change in order for us to execute the conversion charter vision? Who has the leadership capacity to support the school community? I'm only one person servicing 6 and 7 campuses across our district. How does the school district support the continuity of a 7-12 conversion charter? Because that really is our vision, is for our students to leave us with a value-added diploma, but doing school differently and providing them with opportunities that they may not have at the 7 other school districts within the county. And then what are our next steps? So leadership is action, not necessarily position. And I think we acted upon a gem, having Mr. Brazel knowing the background of the junior academy and also knowing what it takes to implement the components of a conversion charter. So he's going to talk to you all a little bit now about what we've done since we hired him in April, and then the goals that he and his guiding coalition and students at the junior academy have decided upon for the next 5 years.
Right, good morning, everybody. One of the first things, coming from the high school as an assistant principal and then being hired as the head principal at the junior academy, I got a great taste of seeing those junior academy kids come up to us and seeing that was a huge transition for them. And as most of you know, the hardest transition is really that 6th grade year into that junior high year. And one of the things that we decided to do really as an entire district was make that a 7-12 shared campus. So our junior academy is right next door to our high school. So when I came over to the junior academy, one of the things I wanted to instill is I want your hardest transition to be from that 6th to 7th grade. And from then on, everything that we do is to not only get you better prepared for your education every single year, but also easily transition you into high school to where when it comes to the high school, it's time for your learning and not time to worry about, man, what is 9th grade going to be like when I go to this different school? So one of the things that we focused on was our culture and our culture of collaboration. What our vision is to be a model PLC school by the end of the 2022-2023 school year, and a big part of that is our collaboration. The way our teachers come together and ensure that we have a guaranteed and viable curriculum for all of our students to make sure that when they leave our grade levels that they are going to know the essentials. So that's one of the things that we've established. You guys can see what we have there. We wanted to expand opportunities for our students by getting out into the community. You guys see that newsletter? That newsletter goes out to our community so they can see what's going on inside of the school, but they also can get a glimpse into who we are. So they know who the leadership is, they also know who the support staff are, but they see what's going on in our campus all the time. One of the things that we also have on our latest newsletter is we have interviews from our students. And these interviews from our students are students that did not get their essential the first time, and they were able to pass that essential, their CFA, that second time. And what we asked was, what caused you to get that essential that second time? And we were able to hear from students when they were able to say, well, my teacher slowed it down for me. My teacher gave me a different way to look at something. And that's a change that we've made within the school because, as we know, the traditional learning is you get it or you don't. Or my only way of intervening is I'm going to say it louder and slower. Well, now we have targeted interventions. So instead of saying like, hey, I'm going to hold you back and teach you because you got an F on the test, I'm going to hold you back because you're having trouble solving linear equations using a 3-step process. So those interventions became targeted and our essentials became clear. And our students, if you ask them what their essential is, what it is that you're learning, they can tell you. And they can tell you what they're struggling with. I'm missing today our 9th grade celebration. in which we get to have our ninth graders walk across the stage for all of our ninth graders who passed all of their essentials for the first semester. We had our first eighth grade celebration last Thursday. So the thing is we're bringing these things to life. It's no longer about you're learning or not learning. It's no longer about hope you make it. It's no longer about whether you have an A or an F. It's about, can you tell me what your essential is? Did you learn your essential? And if you walk in our building and you say, what are your students learning and how do you know? Not only can the teachers tell you that, but the students can tell you that as well. So we have refocused our goals. And our focus and our goals is to make sure that not only is our junior academy excellent, but I'm preparing each and every student to make sure that they're going to be successful in high school as well. So number one, we want to take part in career exploration to align with our academies at the high school. So we have career development. We also have an increased enrollment in JAG, and we have a very big focus on showing students different types of opportunities they have to where when they go to high school to select their academy, they're easily able to not only select it and know what they're wanting to do, but also know what their educational experience is going to be when they go on to high school. By 2027, we want to increase our enrollment in our advanced courses. We're an IB school, and in our school, we have the middle years program, which is the middle part of the IB program. We want to increase that to 40% of our students. In the past, what we've done is we've kind of identified our GT students and said, you'll be the ones taking IB. And one of the things that we're wanting to open up is to ask our kids, especially when we're going to talk to our sixth graders coming into seventh grade, do you want a more rigorous curriculum? Do you want the opportunity to be able to have a more rigorous curriculum? So we want to open that enrollment to more students, to where there are more students that have the opportunity for advanced courses besides just ones that are targeted for GT. Also, by 2027, we want our ESSA report card to reflect student growth by 5% each year in weighted achievement, ELA, and math. Dr. Eggles did a wonderful job of talking about some of the things that we have in place. And one of the things that we're doing is we're targeting our students with specific essentials. And also, with that targeting, one of the first things I did when I walked in is we looked at our ACT Aspire scores. We looked at our students that are close to being ready. We put them in special seminar classes that were targeted for Tier 3 supports. So those students have 2 times a week, Tuesday and Thursday, in which they get to work on below grade level skills while still getting grade level instruction within the classroom. So they get additional support that's already built into their schedule. That same thing is happening beginning in January for our students receiving those same scores in reading. So they get additional reading supports that are targeted throughout the school day. Again, that's built into their schedule already. And also by 2027, we want to streamline the live PLC data tracker and the student success plan to increase progress on student academic and social standards. One of the things that Dr. Eggles talked about previously was our celebration tracker. That's really a data tracker. What you're able to do when you walk in is you're able to look at what eighth grade math, science, English, social studies is doing. We can look at their essentials. We can look at what the CFA looks like. We can look at what the data looks like. And also can pinpoint what type of interventions and extensions that you're giving those students. And it's a live data tracker to where we know where our students are at all times. So again, when the principal calls somebody in the office, it's not just about whether you have an A or an F. I see that you're really struggling with supporting your claim using evidence in your English class. What type of things can we put in place to make sure that we can help you with that? And I believe wholeheartedly that that's the type of success that we're going to show. Utilizing this is the type of instruction that we're going to have on a daily basis within our junior academy. Our goal 1 is really focused on careers. We are an academy school at the high school in which we have different type of avenues that you can go into. We're just wanting to make sure that we give our students opportunities to really see that type of success that's available. We want to bring in guest speakers from the community. One of the things that we believe is that our students, it's going to be a hard thing for them to achieve these type of things if they don't see the type of success that's really out there. So we want to bring people in from the community that have had these type of success in the medical field, the educational field, and other type of businesses as well. And as we said, increased participation in our NYP program, and that's really, we want to make sure that it is a rigorous curriculum, but we want to make sure that our students have the opportunity to see that. they have the opportunity not only for grade level instruction but beyond. And having them have that offered to them, it's going to be a big help for us. And I'm really excited to see the type of numbers. And we're already seeing some increased numbers of students that have really never thought about taking advanced classes to where they're wanting to take those advanced classes now. That third goal there, the focus on instruction, I'm an instructional leader. I'm just an old teacher. I want to go in and I want to teach every class at a high level. And one of the goals we have in our building is high levels of instruction in every classroom every day. I want to make sure that when you send your kids to us, there's no teacher lottery. I hope that they get this teacher. No, whatever classroom that you end up on, you're going to be getting high levels of instruction. You're going to get targeted intervention and targeted extensions as well. And that's a goal for us that we're really excited about. And the focus on student success. High levels of instruction every classroom every day means that when you walk in my door, I want you to be successful. Success looks a lot different for every single person, but I promise you, when we find out what your level of success is, we want to go beyond that. You can always better your best. The thing is that some of our students have never realized what it is to push past their own weaknesses. So one of the things that we do with every student that walks through our doors is we want to make sure that they can better their best and that they know that we're not going to give up on them no matter what. And part of that goes into their social emotional learning as well as the high levels of instruction that they're going to be getting on a daily basis. So our master schedule has really reflected the type of changes that we're wanting to make. We have added, health and career development as now standalone courses and not just taught through other subjects. We also have an NJROTC program that hits on those same things as well. My biggest thing, again, when I came over to the junior academy, I saw what type of transition it was for those ninth graders to come over into our building. It's a big transition because they weren't used to the building. It's all new leaders. It's all new. It's a whole new environment. So what we're doing now is we really have a 7-12 building. So they know those leaders. They know those teachers. So it's really an easy transition from that ninth grade year to your 10th grade year. You've already been in that building, and those expectations are the same. There's not some certain rule that's at the junior academy that's not at the high school. So what we've done is we really wanted to make sure that that transition for them has really been easy, and it's something that where they can focus on learning and not focus on learning a whole new set of standards. Seminar, our 45-minute period that we have on Tuesday and Thursday has been revamped, and it has also been, again, targeted. In the past, it was something where we kind of talked about a lot of different things, and it went in a lot of different ways. What I wanted was, I wanted you to know what your Tuesday and Thursday was going to consist of. So I may not tell you that you're going to be doing below grade level math instruction, but what I am telling you is you're going to get extra math practice that you're going to be able to utilize. That way when you have your math class that you're getting grade level instruction, you're going to dominate those things that you haven't been doing well in. So we really turned that around, and one of the things we're wanting to do for next year, after seeing how successful this has been so far with our Tuesday and Thursdays, we're wanting to move that plan to Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We have an early out Wednesday, which is also for our PLC, so we get out at 2:10. Our teachers meet from 2:30 to 3:30 for planning for the PLC process. But what this does is it just touches our Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday to where our students get more practice with those skills that they're learning to basically get those skills better for their on-level instruction. Our reading plan development, I'm really excited about. This is something that I have kind of banged my head on a wall for and asked Dr. Eccles, help me, because I've got to figure out a way to help with reading in the school. And we came together and we came up with a way of addressing it to where traditionally these things would just go through English class. Literacy can be impacted by everybody. Everybody's a literacy teacher. So we did come up with a way of, in our ELA classes, we work on morphemic awareness daily. So these are 1 to 3 minute lessons that you can teach to where students are getting morphemic awareness. And then in our science classes, we've began to look at measured progress databases as well as they do data nuggets, which are ways in which you get to look at charts and have to read charts, as well as doing close reading within using your science lens. And then lastly, our social studies classes where they're looking at Newsella articles and doing close reading strategies. So some of our social studies classes were doing close reading, but now with Newsella, they're doing specific close reading all on the same articles, and it's not something that they're having to go look for a lot of resources. They already have those right there at their fingertips. So that's something as well that we're going to be touching on reading in every class, and that was something that I'm just very, very excited about. That's going to start at the beginning of this semester, and I'm really excited to see what the progress shows for that. And I touched on this a little bit earlier, but just our guest speakers that we're going to bring in. We've already got lined up. We've got a doctor from the community that's going to come in. We've also got a few nurses that are coming in. But one thing that I'm really excited about is at the high school, we have some kids that are doing they have a nursing field that they're getting into. Those students are actually coming in to basically recruit our kids into that medical practice at that secondary level. And I'm really excited about that because not only are those my old kids, but at the same time, I want my kids to see the success of somebody else that's just a little bit older than them. So that's something that I'm just really, really excited about.
That is the end of our conversation. So the next is the waiver request. I don't know.
Ms. James, if you'll come up and go over the waivers, and then stay close because we'll have questions. You're prepared, aren't you, Dr. Eccles? Not our first rodeo.
My name is Whitney James with the department. I just want to go over the final legal review. The first waiver, the first request was to rescind the waiver of CTE, and I believe that might have actually even been an old standard, so they just want to go ahead and rescind that. They have also asked for teacher licensure waivers, and my comment there was that they would also need a waiver of standard 4D1. Would you please confirm that you would like to add that to your waiver request?
Yes, we would like to confirm to add that to our waiver request.
Okay, thank you. The third waiver request was for class size and teaching load. I did not have any legal concerns with that. The fourth one, they want to rescind health and safety courses. I believe that was also an outdated standard, and of course no issues with that. The fifth waiver request is to continue seat time and plan instructional day. I did not have any legal comments regarding that waiver. We'll just ask that Dr. Eccles please confirm that everything I've stated is correct.
Yes, everything she stated is correct. And if you all want me to expand upon the rescinding of the career courses and the health and safety, I can give you some rationale behind that.
Ms. James,
Yes, ma'am.
on the seat time, are we talking 120 hours for the 9th grade classes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The
and-
wording was throwing me off.
Okay. Yes, I do have a question about their digital learning plan.
Yeah, her too.
Okay. As far as, and I'm still not quite sure what we're doing regarding those waivers, if they want to continue the waivers associated with their digital learning plan, is now the time to do that?
We only did that for 1 year last year, and we still are having conversations of if we want to offer the digital component for next year. So we haven't made a concrete decision about that. We are continuing obviously with this year, but our numbers at the junior academy and high school for digital learning were low. We actually have a partnership with Arch Ford and offer ALE through Arch Ford and the Hub. So the Hub has a digital component where we wouldn't have to necessarily offer it through the school. So we hadn't completely made a decision on if we were going to continue to ask for the digital learning component for next year for both the junior academy and the high school. We did it for this year, but I just don't know if it's going to be beneficial for us to offer that for next year because our numbers are just low.
So you would want to come back at a later time and amend if you decide you wanted to
Yes.
continue?
Yes.
Okay. That would be fine. Ms. James, I'm still confused about number 5, seat time and planned instructional day. So I want to make sure we're on the same page as to what we're continuing the waiver for. So that is not the clock hours standard.
Okay.
So Dr. Eccles, exactly,
I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm right.
No,
Wait,
no,
go
you're
ahead.
good, you're good.
are you waiving the seat time confused me, so, because we did away with seat time.
Right,
So are you just wanting a waiver of the 6-hour instructional day?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
and it might, I mean, you know, sometimes doing the waivers can be a little cumbersome, so
yes.
we don't need the seat time. I don't think I had seat time on
Yeah, it may have just gotten transferred that
Yes.
way. I just want to make sure we're
Yeah,
clear
the way I
on-
have it written in here is 6-hour instructional day.
Okay, great.
And I apologize for the confusion. Whenever I'm typing up the final legal reviews, I name everything exactly what is on the application, just so there's no confusion. So sometimes a waiver will not be named correctly, but I still transfer it exactly as it is, so we all know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But I didn't have any legal comments regarding the standard listed or the statute listed.
Okay. All right. Dr. Williams, would you like to kick us off with the questions?
Yes, I would. You all have, I have just kind of a general concern here. It seems like we've, and maybe because I've been on the board, been on this panel for so long, I think during the last presentation that you were here, that the discussion was somewhat similar to this of things to do to improve what's going on. And I'm hearing more of the same. I guess I just want to just hear you comment on, do you think this is going to get us where we need to be? This is kind of where I'm at.
Sure. I mean, and that's a valid concern. I guess the way that I will answer that is the way I answered it at the beginning of the presentation. Having a vision for a conversion charter is one thing, but being able to implement the components of the conversion charter is another. So leadership does matter. And we have seen great gains at the high school, and I talked to you all about that last year around this time because we had effective implementation of what the goals were actually supposed to be. Very transparent, the goals over the last 5 years were not implemented very effectively. That's neither here nor there in regards to leadership, but I knew that this was going to be a challenge, and I kind of talked to Mr. Brazel about that when we hired him coming in. You know, this was something that we were really passionate about and that we wanted to continue for our students, but when you look at concrete evidence, the evidence of increasing student engagement and increasing student achievement was not there, COVID or not. That's not an excuse for us in our district. COVID is not an excuse. It is what it is. It happened, it's still here, but we have to figure out ways to move beyond that. I do think that with Mr. Brazel's leadership and the way that we have refined the goals to really effectively meet the needs of our students, we are moving in the right direction. And the reason I say that is because I'm in his building just about every week, and I am able to talk to students who have been there as 7th graders, who are now 9th graders, who do feel a culture shift and who can speak to the cultural changes with the focus on academics, but also the focus on allowing them to see careers and people from outside of the community that have already been in the building this semester. So I do think that we are on the right track and moving in the right direction, even from the high school last year. You know, we started making some of those improvements as I talked to you all about last year in December, but I've seen those improvements change over the last year. It takes a special person to lead a junior high and a high school campus. I think we have the right people in place now. And just in the last 4.5 months, Mr. Brazel has taken what we've talked about over the summer, things that we needed to change, and implemented a lot of those changes for the good and for the betterment of the students that we serve. Hot Springs is a unique place with 6 different school districts within the county, so we do have to compete, and we do have to make ourselves different, and we do have to really just explain to people who we are and what we provide for our students. So I do think that we are moving in the right direction, but that's why I kind of talked to you all about that up front, on the front end. Here's what happened over the last 5 years, and it wasn't anything to brag upon. We still had school, we still serviced our students, but we did not provide them what we put in the original application, which was providing them with career explorations and doing school differently, the way that it was implemented or the way that it was written in the original application. You also have to remember that neither Mr. Brazel nor myself wrote the original applications. So coming in my role over the last 2.5 years, it was how can we implement what's written right now 3 years into the process. That's a challenge. So this is an opportunity for us to take some of the original pieces that were written in the conversion charter, but make them applicable to what we have right now, but also make the experience for our students greater than what they have received in the past. So I hope that answers your question.
Well, just to follow up, and this is just a pretty clear question from me. Do you think conversion's charter school model is the way to achieve what you're trying to achieve?
I think that it is the best fit for us right now. If I'm being 1,000% honest, I think that the conversion charter application was something that we did at the junior academy level because we saw this vision to have a 7-12 cohesive model. I do think that moving forward, this is the way that we need to go, just because of the continuity it provides us with the academy model at the high school. What we have put in place is a real pathway for students to have access to all 3 academy models at the junior high level, so that when they do get to 10th grade, they have had those experiences. One thing that we did not talk about today is we've already put in place what the culminating experience is for students 7th grade, 8th grade, and 9th grade, prior to them going to 10th, 11th, and 12th at our high school. And I don't think that we will be able to culminate those activities without some of the pieces that we have with the conversion charter.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Flowers?
2 questions. My first one, I was looking at, so your SMART Goal 2 and then SMART Goal 3 as well. So you talk about creating a literacy plan. So could you please speak on the process of creating this plan, how you feel it's going to serve as the best resource to support your work in addressing
Absolutely.
those foundations?
We got notification this year, which I knew was coming, but this year our district as a whole was over the 40% in need of support in reading for ACT, Aspire, Summative, and Reading. So we've been working on a literacy plan primarily at the K-6 level for the last 2 years. I've spent a lot of time looking at how we feel the 5 components of reading foundationally from the elementary level. A lot of our students, 7th grade and up, did not get a really good sound phonics base or phonological awareness base because the science of reading wasn't here yet. So we have a lot of holes to fill at those levels. So the primary base of the literacy plan for our secondary campuses was to include those courses. So we identified students who really needed targeted support in reading, and so that's where we have the academic reading and the critical reading. I went back and talked to Mr. Brazel and told him I felt like we were still missing a large chunk of students that we serve 7th grade through 12th grade. So I have 2 RISE TOTs, which means they train, so they come here to do all of their training and they train everyone in our district. We sat down and formulated a plan. The morphemic awareness is where we feel like we're going to get the best bang for our buck at the present moment for all of our students. So 5th through 11th grade, we've added, it's a book called Morphemic Awareness, and we've trained our teachers on that book. So they are using those 1-minute to 3-minute drills in their classrooms daily for ELA. I told Mr. Brazel that I felt like it really needed to be a holistic approach because they didn't need to get that targeted piece just in their ELA class. So that's why we added the science piece, which was the measured progress is actually through Cognia. If you look at the data from our students, they struggle with interpreting graphs and charts, and they struggle with just the interpretation. But if they can't read it for comprehension, then they're not going to be able to do that. So we really needed to go back through and figure out how can we provide them with a rigorous grade level or above assessment daily in their classes, that will translate to them being able to be successful on ACT. I know the test is not the end-all be-all, but they still need access to that every day. What we were seeing is that the CFAs that our teachers were developing were not rigorous enough. You know, we have 10, 20 questions. That's way too many for a common formative assessment. We really needed to look at what we were asking and how we were asking it. So that's going to be the piece that's added for science. And then for social studies, students need to be able to read every day. They should have access to some form of reading every single day. So we have added in the close reading strategies. You hear about that a lot at the elementary level, but we really need to put some of those components back at our secondary campuses. So within the day of a junior academy student, they're gonna have close reading strategies through their social studies classes. They're gonna have morphemic awareness, plus the addition of our new curriculum that we've added, kindergarten through 8th grade, which is wit and wisdom for all of our students in the district. And then you get to measure progress through your science classes. So that's the basic component of our literacy plan. It's a very, had to write a level 3 coordinated support plan. It's about 19 pages long. I could talk to you all about it if you want me to. But that in a nutshell is kind of what we're doing for our secondary campuses.
Okay, thank you so much for that. My next question about your revised student success plan. How do you go about assigning an advisor to the students?
So it's kind of varied between the junior academy and the high school. High school was much more established. Junior academy has gotten on board really this year after, you know, Mr. Brazel came on and I kind of talked to him about some of the things that we needed to put into place. We should have added a copy of it in there, because what we did is I challenged our counselors, because they are the ones that really need to spearhead the student success plan. I challenged them to come up with a document that they can use anytime that they're talking to students. So we have an Excel spreadsheet document that tracks their credits, the courses that they take. It has access to Naviance, which is a career exploration piece that we have added over the last couple of years. But they use that during their seminar classes on Tuesday and Thursday, but they also use it with their counselors when they get ready to do pre-registration. So it tracks that from 7th grade. Law says they have to have it starting in 8th grade, but we started in 7th grade. And it tracks every course that they take so that they see a big picture of, if I take these courses now in 7th, 8th, and 9th grade, here's the track that I'm going to be moving towards 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. So really having those conversations at an earlier age. It tracks their ACT composite. It tracks their ACT summative. It tracks their NWA. The counselors add all of that material in one place so that it's digital. We can print them a copy of it, but it's a digital piece that stays with the students 7th through 12th grade.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Mr. Baldwin?
Two questions. The enrollment data that you have shows a large increase in enrollment in 20 and 21, from 478 the year prior to 771. Why is that? Is there
The
something
addition
that
of the
changed?
9th grade class.
Pardon me?
The addition of the 9th grade class.
Okay.
So
okay.
it was 7th and 8th grade prior. I had to come and ask for reconfiguration 2 years ago, I believe. And so we reconfigured to a 7-9 building instead of the 7th and 8th grade building.
Okay. I just thought you guys had done something.
No, we didn't grow that much. One would hope, right?
So then, going down and looking at your letter grades, and you have 2 letter grades in here, and then 2 years that aren't. Will we be getting back to letter grades pretty soon? In the improvement plan that you have, I guess maybe the question is, how long do you think that plan needs to be in effect before we see a C rather than a D?
Honestly, I think that we will be able to see that this year. I sat on a little panel a couple of years ago where we were able to get access to an Excel spreadsheet that allows you to kind of manipulate how many students you need to move in order to move your letter grade to where you want it to be. I kind of did a training with them on that a couple of years ago, and then the year that we were supposed to utilize all that, we all went home in March. So we didn't take an assessment that year, and then last year we did have a significant number of students who were virtual. And it was a challenge to keep them engaged, and it was a challenge to get them all tested the way that we needed to test them. So I don't know if the test accuracy is as accurate as it could have been for the assessment that we took at the end of last year. I do anticipate both our junior academy and our high school, honestly, and our 3rd through 6th grade classrooms to see an increase on weighted achievement from the perspective of math, literacy, and science, just because I know the work that we're doing across all the campuses, and I know the curriculum alignment that has happened over the last 2.5 years since I've been there. We have monthly meetings with our principals. They have to bring us data, and they have to bring us evidence of what they're doing to lead the charge. And if they're not seeing the results that they want to see, we ask why, and then what supports can I put in place with my instructional facilitators to help them lead those charges. So I honestly do think that we will see an increase this year on weighted achievement. I'll take a small increase, but the biggest thing that I'm really focused on right now is moving us from that 40% in need of support in reading. We were right there prior to COVID, and then COVID hit, and we saw about a 7.5% increase of the students who were in need of support. So we've identified all of those students across the district, and they're receiving targeted intervention right now. It's a pretty beautiful thing to see when your literacy plan is actually working the way that it was written. So we've had lots of conversations with our interventionists. I meet with them monthly, so I see that data real time, so I know kind of where we are and what we're tracking.
Okay, so I take this that you are laser focused on this.
Yes. I think Ms. Coleman would agree with that. But I'm only one person.
Ms. Saraceni?
Just have two quick questions. When you're looking at the waiver for licensure, you put in your rationale that your teachers work through ALPs, and currently this year you have none, and last year you only had one. In 19 you had one, in 18 you had two. So I'm assuming you're using just the Act 1240 waiver
Yes.
for licensure. You're not. So when you relook at your rationale in the future, you might want to call my office and we can kind of look through that data.
So there are two assistant superintendents. One works with federal programs and hiring, that's Miss Becky Rossberg, and then I do all curriculum and instruction. We actually had a conversation with her about 3 weeks ago just about that exact thing. So we are hosting conversations about which of our employees are on an ALP, which are not, and then what we need to do to ensure that all of our employees are fully licensed.
As long as we're working to pathways to licensure, I just wanted to know that you're having conversation.
Yes,
The other is on your class size and teaching load. You're utilizing this for your intern exploration, but we are also over in special ed, physical science, language arts, social studies, and algebra just a little bit. And I know you have the waiver, so when you do the rationale, I am a data person. Ms. Kaufman knows that. I look at data all the time. So just when you're doing your rationale, just make sure you put in there that you're utilizing it in the other classes as well. It looks like your 8th grade must have grown as a cohort because you're just over a few numbers.
Yes, the 8th grade class
That's
that
right.
we have right now at the junior academy last year, 7th graders really busted us at the seams with the number of classes that they were tight.
Well, that's what it looks like, but you confirming that, that answers my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
I will say a lot of my questions have been asked and answered. You indicated that you wanted to get more detail on why you guys were adjusting your waiver on the career. If you want to give a little bit more detail
Sure.
on that, and I know when we send waivers we don't have but I just wanted to get a sense of what was your rationale.
The way that it was written in the original application was that we would have a career exploration kind of taught through all of the core content areas, and that wasn't happening. So if that's not happening, we need to rescind that waiver, and we needed to put back in the actual courses for students to have instead of embedded in other courses. So that's why we took that out to rescind. I didn't feel like we were doing it justice, and our students weren't receiving kind of let's get a preview into CTE. Here's what career development is. Here are the components of that course. All of our students need to be exposed to that, and they weren't being exposed to that throughout the embedding in our 4 core content areas. So that's why we took that out. It just wasn't what's best for kids.
So you will be offering the traditional career development course?
We're offering it right now.
Okay.
We changed it in the master schedule to reflect that this year.
Okay. And then, like I did with the last group, I noted that you do have a JAC program, and again, a lot of what you're speaking to is aligned in that work. But your roster is like at 31 students. So for your JAC program?
At the Junior Academy? No. Then it must not be coded right.
So that's just a heads up to you that your roster is showing you only have 31 students.
Yeah, because Stephanie Goodman, her classes are packed at the Junior Academy.
Just her first block class, so we just got we also got to get that fixed.
Yeah. So that's another piece to it, is that you just want to visit with her, because right now we're showing 31 students, and so that was my concern to you, that we
Oh,
don't
no,
have
I know
this
that's not
great
correct the way that it's
need.
pulling right there, because
Yeah.
her classes are completely full,
Yeah.
almost to the point where she needs to have some taken out of her classes.
That's good to hear.
Yes, she has a wonderful JAG program at the Junior Academy. We actually changed JAG instructors at the high school so that we can extend that opportunity, because the program at the high school is about having the right person in the right spot. So we have the right person in the right spot at the Junior Academy. Now we have the right person in the right spot at the high school. So I anticipate an increase in those participants at our high school level. But I know at the junior high, her classes are full. So that might be an error on our part. I'll get back with his registrar when we get back to the office today.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So I've marked off every question that I have except for one that popped up during your presentation, and that was early out Wednesday. So just for the record, I'm assuming that Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday are longer days, and that you've met the 30-hour requirement for the week.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I think this is our 4th year with Early Release Wednesday.
Just wanted to put that out into the universe so I don't get calls later
Yes,
about how do
ma'am.
we do an early out
Yes,
Wednesday.
ma'am.
That's how you do an early out Wednesday. You have 30 hours of instruction.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any additional questions? Then I think we're ready for a motion.
I move approval of the application.
So I have a motion by Dr. Wright McMurray and a second by Ms. Saraceni to approve the 5-year renewal for Hot Springs Junior Academy with the waivers as discussed. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved. If you'll give us a moment to give you feedback. So just as they're writing that, also you have 821 students and you have a cap of 900, you're aware? So
I don't think we'll increase any further than
Okay.
that. That was the last e-school pool that I did last week. I don't think that we will increase any further. Just looking at our cohorts of students,
Coming up.
6th grade and down,
Yeah.
I don't think that we'll ever have an opportunity where we have more than 850 students at our Junior Academy campus.
Dr. Wright McMurray, if you'd like to share your thoughts.
Okay, I stated I support renewal of the charter application. I believe the new leadership and restructuring of the goals will produce better outcomes for their students. As a result, students will be better prepared to enter secondary and move into post-secondary education and workforce.
Thank you. Dr. Williams?
Yes. I support the motion. This will allow the Hot Springs Junior Academy the opportunity to address some needed improvements. Just another suggestion, I would suggest, although I won't be here, is that there may be a look-in by the panel in somewhere at the 2-year mark instead of waiting for the final 5 years to track some of the progress. Just a suggestion, not part of the motion.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I support the motion. I believe that both districts and the school leadership is focused on improving the areas that need improved, and I believe you will accomplish that.
Dr. Flowers?
Vote to approve the 5-year renewal of Hot Springs Junior Academy with waivers as discussed. I look forward to hearing about the educational opportunities students have as you work to increase weighted achievement and student growth, opportunities for the students to career exploration, and a renewed focus on students receiving additional support as needed as you work to achieve your refocused Trojan needs and goals.
And Ms. Saraceni?
I vote to approve the charter renewal of Hot Springs Junior Academy, and I look forward to seeing the vision, mission, and leadership impact students with equal opportunities.
Congratulations. Dr. Eccles, I just have a quick question for process. Is it easier on the district to have the high school 1 year ahead, or would it be better that at some point we get them lined up?
If we could get them lined up, that would probably be much easier for me to keep them together. I don't know what that process would look like. I know Dr. Williams mentioned a 2-year, so I don't know if that's something that we need to do, have junior academy and high school come back together in 2 years, and then we can present kind of where we are, and that way get back on track where we're renewing every 5 years together.
So why don't you schedule a time maybe to talk with Whitney and Matthew, and let's kind of look at the timelines and see how we can fix that in the future. All right, thank you, everyone. Take a quick break, and we'll be ready for Cross County. Thank you, everyone. Oh, there you are. All right, we'll return and get started. Let me recognize Mr. Johnston first to bring up the agenda item.
Tim Johnston, DESI Charter Unit. Next is Cross County Elementary Technology Academy, excuse me. The district's requesting a renewal for the charter of a 5-year period. Campus serves grades K through 6. Current enrollment cap is 500 students, and the charter will continue to follow a traditional education model. Madam Chair, I just realized Dr. Williams is not on.
I'm sure he'll be back in just a
Okay.
second. Go ahead.
Go ahead and move forward. Okay. And Dr. Nathan Morris, superintendent, is here, and I will let him introduce the rest of his team. Does legal have any comments to make?
Okay. If everyone from Cross County will stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Before we have the official presentation, any tornado damage in your area? Good. I visited.
Certainly feel for the ones that.
Oh,
did,
certainly,
they're very
certainly. Not the last time I was at Cross County, but years ago. My first time to the Cross County District was right after a tornado had ripped through. So that's when I heard the news, I was wondering about you because I know where you are positioned.
Couple of trees over driveways, things like that, those are not near what others dealt with.
Well,
Those
come.
can be chainsawed up very quickly.
Sure. Come to the microphone, and we've got 20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you all for having us today. My name is Nathan Morris. I'm the superintendent at Cross County School District. Here, we're very honored today to be in front of you all for our second renewal, going into our third term, hopefully, of Cross County's Elementary Technology Academy. We're very proud of what our accomplishments are and what our accomplishments are going to continue to be. I want to steal a line from Dr. Eccles, who just left us from Hot Springs, that leadership matters. And I want to introduce our very fine team of leaders that you'll be hearing from. Today you'll hear from Mrs. Jessica Stacy, our elementary school principal. You're going to hear from Mrs. Mindy Searcy, our district executive master teacher. That's a very fancy term for curriculum coordinator for our district, but the way that we structure things, master teacher is a term that we use and float around very often. And if need be, Mr. Stephen Prince, our high school principal, who has done extensive work with our high school charter. He's a former elementary principal, so he has done extensive work. And Mrs. Stacy is a new mother for the second time, so on her maternity leave, Mr. Prince had a significant role in much of what the presentation that you'll see today. So we're honored to be here, and we'll certainly take all questions at the end of our presentation.
Good morning, I'm Jessica Stacy, the principal of Cross County Elementary Technology Academy, and today I'm going to highlight some of CCETA's academic achievements as we present our charter renewal. Our teachers utilize school-wide learning outcomes, or SWLOs, to assess student projects and products with a focus on 21st century skills. These rubrics assess problem solving, oral communication, and written communication for grades K through 6, and additionally collaboration for grades 4 through 6. Through the use of these assessments, teachers are able to guide students towards areas of interest and push students to their fullest potential. These tools allow for our teachers to design instruction that includes the needs of all learners, and especially our gifted students. Opportunities for lessons to be motivating with real-world connections allows for authentic application of academic skills at a higher level with the teacher who is most familiar with a student's academic strengths. Here you see pictures of CCETA students involved in academic tasks over the years. The SWLO assessments are used to assess projects such as a living wax museum based on different characters researched in Who Was books, story writing, creating a news program, and commercial making. SWLOs provide teachers with concrete ways to assess 21st century skills along with grade level academic standards, and it also allows students flexibility to pursue interests specific to them. Additionally, students participate in discussions using Kagan structures where teachers are able to model and develop deeper student thinking and communication skills. This chart details our 2021 ACT Aspire results with both CCETA's performance and the state average for each grade highlighted with a different color. CCETA's performance is listed on the top row in each grade's color, while the state average is on the bottom row. Our students performed very well in comparison to the state average this past year, with the exception of our fourth graders, and our school will address these deficits through our cluster meetings and strategies, which Ms. Mindy Searcy will provide details about later in the presentation. One of many highlights to note is that our sixth grade math percentage of students meeting readiness was #1 in the state of Arkansas. This slide shows CCETA's ESSA score performance over time compared to the state average. As you can see, our overall ESSA index score, value-added growth score, and weighted achievement score all exceed the state average by a large margin since the 2017-2018 school year. One score I would like to point out to you is our value-added growth score for all 3 years listed. Cross County School District has been focused on value-added growth for many years due to its implementation of NIET's TAP system. Since a value-added growth score of 80 indicates that students grew as expected in an academic year, you can see that our growth scores of 85 or higher would tell us that CCETA students have consistently grown at a level that is higher than expected in an academic year. Due to CCETA's continued high student achievement, we have been recognized by a variety of institutions. The University of Arkansas publishes its annual reports on high growth schools and high growth schools that are also high poverty, called Beating the Odds. The badges on the bottom of the slide represent CCETA's placement on the 2021 list, where we placed in each category for the Northeast region in both the high growth schools and the Beating the Odds lists. Additionally, in 2019 and 2018, CCETA placed at the state level for overall growth and overall math growth, along with the same recognition in the Beating the Odds categories. In addition to the Office for Education Policy, there are several other acknowledgments of our successes. NIET has recognized CCETA as one of the 5 finalists for its National Founders Award twice. The Founders Award finalists must show high student achievement through implementation of NIET's TAP system. We have also received over $90,000 in Arkansas School Recognition Program award money since 2018. Recently, we were also informed that U.S. News and World Report identified CCETA as the #1 charter elementary school in the state and the #38 elementary school overall in the state. We recently were also awarded the distinction of Apple Distinguished School through 2024 because of our student and teacher use of technology in instruction. Also, as mentioned before, our 6th graders had the highest math scores in the state thanks to our very hard work of our 6th grade math teacher and her students. As you can see from our data that was presented and recognitions that were highlighted, CCETA provides effective instruction that leads to high student achievement. Our students and teachers consistently prove that a school in the rural Arkansas Delta, where close to 3/4 of the students qualify for free and reduced lunch, are capable of high achievement that will impact our students, families, and community in a meaningful and positive way for many years. I would now like to turn it over to Ms. Mindy Searcy to highlight how CCETA uses NIET's TAP system to impact student achievement and success.
Good morning. I'm Mindy Searcy, and I'm the Executive Master Teacher for the district. I am charged with the responsibility of making sure that we implement the TAP system throughout our district with fidelity by providing support to our principals, master, and mentor teachers. The TAP system is an educator-led comprehensive school model focused on attracting, developing, motivating, and retaining high-quality educators. We are currently the only school district in Arkansas implementing the TAP system. The TAP system has literally provided us with the blueprint that we've needed to transform our school. My purpose is not to sell the system, but to better allow you to see how it is who we are as a district. Our unique aspect of the TAP system is its emphasis on true teacher leadership. When we first adopted the TAP system 12 years ago, I started out as a master teacher. TAP allowed me to advance professionally without having to leave the classroom. I was able to provide support to the other teachers in my building, led professional development, and increased my qualifications. I later became principal of the elementary school, and while I was principal, we received our first letter A rating. The knowledge I gained as a master teacher better prepared me as principal. I know that our current mentor and master teachers are receiving that same kind of development. Our master teacher at the elementary school is responsible for the second element of the TAP system, ongoing applied professional growth. In our PLC meetings, which we refer to as cluster, teachers are taught high-quality instructional strategies aimed at meeting student learning needs. Each week, we look at both qualitative and quantitative characteristics of student work and use that data to drive our instruction. With student work as our primary focus, teachers never leave the cluster or our PLC meetings questioning the purpose of that meeting. In cluster, the master teacher and the mentor teachers also determine what individual teacher support is needed. Just like a teacher gives students differentiated support, the leadership team provides teachers with differentiated support to meet their individual needs in order to grow them as teachers. This support includes modeling, co-teaching, conferencing, and planning. A highlight of our cluster meetings is the implementation of our school-wide strategies. During the summer months, the teacher leadership team analyzes standardized test results and identifies the area our students struggled in the most. After extensive research, a strategy is chosen or developed that targets the area of greatest need. That strategy is then field tested on a group of students. This process allows us to see what works and what doesn't with our students. Then, how to teach the strategy is modeled for the teachers during cluster meetings. We have had many successes after implementing school-wide strategies. In 17-18, we developed an inferring strategy. This strategy led to a 10% increase school-wide in reading. In 18-19, we addressed math by implementing number talks and a fraction sense strategy. We raised our test scores 3% school-wide while exceeding the state's average in all grade levels. And in 19-20, our focus was on comparing passages in literacy. Once school closed in March of 2020, our cluster meetings continued via Zoom throughout the remainder of the school year. Our focus changed to providing motivating academic feedback to our students to encourage them to participate in the novel studies our teachers pushed out virtually to keep our students reading. Due to the loss of learning, our math scores dipped by 13% last year on the ACT Aspire. To compensate for this weakness, we are currently implementing a concrete representational abstract model strategy in math by focusing on hands-on manipulatives to enhance our iReady math curriculum. As you can see, cluster group meetings are vital to the success of our school. Our teachers are all working toward a common goal. I've been known to say it's where all the magic happens. As you can see on this chart, the support that we give that teachers receive in cluster and from other elements of the TAP system has increased teacher effectiveness in our school. This effectiveness is partially measured by our observation process. Our teachers are observed 3 times a year using the NIET instructional rubric. Each teacher gets an observation from the principal, master teacher, and 2 mentor teachers. There is no better person to get feedback from than teachers who have their own classrooms working in the trenches. After each observation, the teacher receives feedback from the individual evaluator in a post-conference meeting. In the post-conference, the evaluator shares points of reinforcement to highlight the teacher's strengths, as well as points out refinement. where the teacher has growth areas. Our teachers are never stagnant. They are constantly working on ways to improve their instruction. Ms. Kimball, a second-year teacher to our district who came to us from a neighboring school district, stated, "The observation process at CC is an ongoing process that provides us with specific feedback to help us be more effective for our students. This says so much about what our TAP system does to encourage teachers to improve that pedagogy and content knowledge for their students. As teachers grow in effectiveness, they are able to tap into the final element of success, performance-based compensation. TAP allows us to provide additional compensations to teachers based on new roles and responsibilities, their accomplishments in the classroom, and the performance of their students. No teacher at Cross County ever loses any part of their salary or base pay because of TAP. They can only earn extra compensation. Our teachers love being acknowledged for their expertise, performance, and professionalism. The bonuses we are able to give out because of TAP is a huge motivator to our teachers and allows us to retain our most effective teachers. Overall, TAP makes increasing student achievement our common goal. The focus on data-driven instructional decisions has molded the culture of our school into one of healthy competition where teachers and their students strive for greatness." We're ready for questions.
All right. Ms. James?
My name is Whitney James with the department. I'm just going to go over the final legal review. Now, the panel may have some questions about the first waiver, which is school calendar. It is code section 610-106. And if you would like to go ahead and ask the school to provide additional rationale or explain how they want to use that waiver,
Yes.
step aside.
Yes, if you'll look. So the way I read it, it looked like an early start.
That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
So under Act, let's see what the Act number is. Act 688, there's a statement in there that says the division shall not grant a public school district a waiver under 615-103 to begin school on an earlier date. We can give a later start date, but we can't give an earlier start date. Mr. Walter?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the panel. Trip Walter, Staff Attorney, Arkansas Public School Resource Center. What you said, Ms. Kaufman, is absolutely correct, but that statute refers to Act 1240 waivers in front of the state board, so I don't see how that would affect the panel's ability to grant or, in this case, continue that 610-106 waiver.
So you think that it doesn't affect because we're going the district conversion charter route?
That is correct, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So, Mr. Morris, are you thinking that in cycle 7, you will mark traditional 178-day calendar, but you will have an early start date for all of your campuses?
That's correct.
What is your plan for early start?
It will follow about where it's been. We don't have an exact date right now, but our start date this year was August, second week of August, I believe. Maybe we start bringing teachers back in the first. We've not set that calendar, but it is an early start time to combat the loss of learning that we've shown over the past 10 years has worked. We start traditionally about 2 to 3 weeks earlier than our other counterparts in the state.
And then you end 2 to 3 weeks earlier?
No, ma'am. We have we follow a lot of the traditional calendars that other people have. We have an extended week in between grading cycles. So we've taken an extended fall break. Then we've got a few days extra at Christmas potentially, and then a couple of extended breaks, like at spring break, a couple extra days that go with that. we're really just looking to shorten down the summer because of student learning loss and combat that.
Have you considered a 12-month calendar?
We have not. But with your denial, we would. But this is something that we have, I guess the second renewal, the high school was on the same. I know you asked that question at the very end of the last presenters about getting your charters on the same. So before you ask that question, we would certainly be open to that, because we were here last year with our high school. Obviously, our high school and our elementary run the same calendar as a district, and they are, they were renewed last year on this same waiver.
Okay. Let us think about that for a few minutes about the calendar.
Thank you.
Ms. James, if you'll continue.
The second waiver request was to continue teacher licensure waivers that they already have. I didn't have any legal comments regarding that. The third waiver request was for duty-free lunch. I did not have any legal comments for that. The fourth waiver request was to continue their library media services waivers. I did not have any legal comments for that. The fifth is to continue their alternative pay programs. That's Arkansas Code Annotated 6-17-119. I did not have any legal comments for that. I did not have any legal comments for their request to continue their gifted and talented waivers. That's number 6. Number 7 is the school counselor licensure. They wish to rescind that waiver. No comments on that one. Number 8 is the request to rescind the superintendent licensure. I did not have any legal comments. They are also asking to rescind their class size and teaching load waiver. I did not have any comments on that one. They did add a couple of code sections to their teacher licensure waiver request. Those are 615 1004 and 617 902. And they're also adding the DZ rules governing educator licensure section 7. I did not have any comments regarding the addition of those code sections in section of the rules.
Mr. Morris, are you renewing your digital learning plan?
Yes, we would like to renew our digital learning plan. We did that for 1 year with the intention of that be asking for renewal of that for the duration of our charter renewal, just as it stands.
And you have waivers appropriate to also apply to your digital learning plan?
Yes, ma'am. We did that last year when we.
I know, but that was only for 1 year. So when you renew,
Gotcha.
do you have the appropriate waivers in this submission to cover your digital learning plan moving forward?
No, we just did the 1 year.
Okay, let me ask my question again.
Right. It's not. No,
no.
it's not in there. We just did it for the 1
Okay,
year.
so let's start over.
Okay.
Are you asking to renew your digital learning plan with this
Yes.
package?
Yes.
Yes. And do you have the appropriate waivers request to implement your digital learning plan for the next 5 years?
No, ma'am.
Then my recommendation would be to come back with an amendment with your digital learning plan so we can get it all together.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
All right. Dr. Flowers, would you like to start with our questions?
Questions about the 100% teacher effectiveness. Can you talk to me a bit about how you got to that 100%?
So through the observations that they receive, that is all of our teachers, 100% of them scored a 3, which deems them to be effective
Okay.
in the district. Yeah, and this was the first year, last year was the first year that we have had 100%.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
So congratulations on the 100%. That was, yeah, that was pretty impressive. Are you all the only school in the state that has the TAP system? Why is that? I mean, I know you talk with your peers, but it seems like if this is working so well that other schools may want to use it.
So we're currently on our second TIF grant cycle. We received our first one 12 years ago, and 12 years ago, Lincoln School District was also partnered with us. They used the TAP system, but they no longer do, and so we're currently the only ones that use the full-fledged 4 components.
Is that because it's hard to do?
It is very hard to do.
Okay.
It is. It's a huge, comprehensive program that took a lot of hard work, tears and sweat to get going 12 years ago. But I was with the district before that time, and I will say that it completely transformed our school district.
Okay. My final question is, are you all involved in the state teacher effectiveness task force that is starting up? Are you part of that?
Are you referring to the Aaron with NIET, or is this something different?
I'm not sure I'm using the right word. Help me out if I'm using the wrong.
The task force, they're all involved.
Okay.
All districts are just represented, and they have a representative for the region.
Okay.
And, yes, so
Okay.
they'll have surveys eventually. Yes.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure you all were part of that. Thank you.
Aracini?
I just wanted to commend you that you were rescinding some of your waivers, because I look at licensure with educator effectiveness and licensure. That's what I look at. And I just want to say that you really, with your current licensure waiver, you use it very sparingly, minimally, and I can't say that about everyone, so great job.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
First, I want to commend you on your accomplishments and your achievements. I really appreciated seeing the slide on all of your awards and accommodations. One thing that I would want to get just a little bit more detail on, so are the students that are in your current grades, what type of career exploration or opportunities are they afforded at that level that could build upon what they're going to be experiencing when they get to the next tier at middle and high school?
Hi, I'm Stephen Prince. I'm a high school principal. That's a really great question. So through project-based learning at the elementary school, it really does allow the students to do a lot of exploration. Like, I don't know if you saw one of the examples with the radio station, the student news section. And so that allows those students to start exploring the teachers to plan projects that are more meaningful and relevant and real world. So they can start looking into all of those components of maybe what they want to do when they grow up, you know, for lack of a better term. But when they do get to high school, they have already started to gain some of that background on what's out there for them. So when they start getting to our high school, they can start taking our East classes, and they know what that is because we're introducing some of those aspects to them at the elementary level. And so they're able to be better informed, I guess you could say, when they get to the high school level on what classes they want to take, what programs of study they want to be a completer in, and you know, like I said, our East, and if they want to go into computer science and all those courses.
Okay. Just hope that you guys have opportunities to share your work and some of the things you've been able to implement with your peers, because, you know, we'd love to see great work happening in our schools, but we don't want there to just be like these little diamonds that we have in certain parts of the state, and other people are not getting those benefits.
Dr. Williams?
Yes, I start off with the comment, leadership matters, but teaching really matters. So I just appreciate what the teachers are doing there in Cross County. I always look forward to hearing about what the students are doing, and the students are doing great there in Cross County, and the TAP model. So my question is really one around what is the barrier for other school districts in using the TAP? Is it the fact that you all are receiving grants that are allowing you all to implement it, or you know, this sounds like such a great program, so you know, why not spread the good news?
That's an outstanding question, and I do believe it takes rolling up sleeves and changing a mindset. And I'm sorry to say that some might not want to change the mindset. I often say this: if I came in as the role of superintendent 5 years ago, and you learn quickly as a district leader, but I'm at Cross County Schools based on the TAP model. I wanted to go there. I wanted to seek that out, but I also knew after about 3 days there, if I tried to change that, I would be the first one ran out on a rail, okay? And so our teachers believe in what's going on. They're committed. It's an awesome structure to see. Mrs. Searcy mentioned the TIF grant that we had received for 2 straight years. We're out of that now. We now have to self-fund performance-based pay. It's a commitment that myself as the school district leader and our Board of Education is committed to, and we're going to make sure that we make the necessary adjustments in budgeting to make sure that our teachers are awarded compensation based on growing students, okay? Growing students. We make this statement all of the time. If a teacher gets a student behind on grade level, then if they can catch them up, they should be applauded to no end and celebrated. And sometimes we don't do that because they don't catch them all the way back up. Yes. You know, and so we feel like we do that well. Let me expound real quick on your point on the effectiveness, the 100% effective teachers district-wide, and we don't have this broke down between schools, but we're a small district. Last year, we retained 96% of our effective teachers. Okay, so in 5 years, we've increased 21% our retention of effective teachers. We no longer lose teachers to districts, partnering districts who might pay a little more because of the ongoing embedded professional growth that they get at the Cross County School District. What we lose now, if we lose teachers, or maybe a spouse changes jobs, a career change within a family, and there's absolutely nothing they can do about that. We do not worry about losing our educators 20 minutes or 30 minutes to our north, south, east, or west. It just doesn't happen.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I think my only hang-up is calendar. And while you may be legally able to have an early start, I feel more comfortable about it because you would have the waiver for elementary and high school, so the whole district would have that option. But our legislators feel strongly about this, and they've put it into law, and it's something that I think we should take very seriously. So I would encourage you to be looking at a 12-month calendar to see, can you make that work in the future? And one of the issues with the 12-month calendar is that 7-week limitation in the summer. And so I think those are the things to be thinking about. Is that ever an option that gives you a more stabilized calendar in the future?
I would answer that, and I'm not sure there was a question there, but I would answer a statement with a statement that the other thing that I learned very quickly with our Board of Education, who are 7 great individuals, and I wouldn't trade them for 7 other board members in the state. They always want to stay on the cutting edge. You know, a boat doesn't move in calm water, and so they always look to me and our leadership within our district to make sure that we're doing what is right for kids, what helps kids, what helps move students and be successful once they leave. So we are, I say that to say this, we are always looking at new and innovative ways and thinking through, again, a very dynamic team. To go back, you're right. I think that we do fit the law here. I understand what was passed, and our legislators passed that, but our legislators also want us to move our children forward. Cross County School District's doing that. It's proven. It's been proven for 10 years. Our high school now, I know we're not here for a high school renewal, but our high school just obtained a status of what would have been a B letter grade if grades were out. Last year, in a pandemic year with no test scores, our interim assessment shown we would have been a B school. So the proof is in, as my granddad always said, the pudding. Our scores indicate what we're doing is working. The loss of learning is not there, and I think it shows in our test scores coming out of a pandemic year that we didn't show, or what we shown in the math was very minimal, and we kicked other areas in the tail. And I think that if I could, you know, I don't want to ever step in the mind of a legislator and what they pass, but I also think that if you ask all of them, is it very important for what is working to continue to work? And I think that the General Assembly would say yes.
I feel more comfortable with this one because it's consistent for the district.
Yes, ma'am.
Than just having one school within the district have a different calendar. That makes me feel more comfortable. The reason I was asking about the 12-month is because you do have an early start, is what can we learn from this before our next legislative time? What can we learn about these calendar options to address your point? How do we continue to progress academically?
And I don't think everything works for everyone. The 4-day option, I have big reservations as an educator on that. But it's working for some. I have colleagues in the state that absolutely love it and feel like they're going to move mountains that way. That's great. And if it moves mountains for everyone, the Cross County School District will look at a 4-day calendar one day if that's what might be what's working. I know that I have colleagues that will run a 12-month and believe in that working. There are colleagues that have a traditional schedule that it will work. But we know that right now ours is, but to your point, we're always looking for what might can move us a little bit further. We're always going to keep the kids' best interests at heart and their families and what works for them.
Any other questions from the panel? Then I'll accept a motion.
I move approval.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Baldwin and a second from Dr. Flowers to approve Cross County Elementary renewal of their charter for 5 years with waivers as discussed and not including the digital learning plan, so you'll have to make a decision about that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. If you'll give us just a moment to give you feedback. Dr. Williams?
Yes. I support the motion. The renewal will allow the Cross County Elementary Technology Academy to continue a successful teaching and learning model. Also, the continuing implementation of TAP, which can serve as, and hang on here a second, my little box got small on me, which can serve as a model for other districts, schools and districts.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
I support the motion. Cross County has produced great results for their students. They are a model for other elementary schools, not just those with charter designations. I encourage them to share their interventions and strategies with their peers so we can potentially replicate these outcomes in other districts across the state.
Ms. Saraceni?
I support the motion to approve the renewal charter for Cross County Elementary. It is evident in the data that the impact they are making on students. The renewal will allow for continued growth for both students and staff. And I can't not say I absolutely loved the video that was out with your high school East student. I commend you. Great work.
Mr. Baldwin?
I voted to approve the renewal. You all obviously have a great program, 100% teacher effectiveness. We don't see that very often. I think you all are an example for other districts. I hope that we can figure out how to shine a light on you so they can see that.
Dr. Flowers?
I vote to approve the 5-year renewal with waivers as discussed. Cross County Elementary Technology Academy continues to demonstrate the ability to engage and inspire students to achieve at a high level. With meaningful learning opportunities and access to multiple career pathways, students are sure to have an enriched learning experience where they are college and career ready. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
Mr. Johnston, we will break until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right, Mr. Johnston, you're recognized.
Tim Johnston, DESI Charter Unit. Next on the agenda is Lincoln High School Charter. Stan Carver is principal. He will be representing the district. They will be joining us via Zoom. The district is requesting a renewal of their charter for a 5-year period. The campus serves grades 9 through 12. Current enrollment cap is 850 students. And the charter will continue to follow a combination of the traditional education model with a focus on trade, skill, certification, college, and careers.
All right, thank you. If all of our members for Lincoln, Lincoln? Yes. High School, if you will raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, if you will introduce yourself, then you'll have 20 minutes.
My name is Stan Carver. I am the Lincoln High School principal. In the room with me and sharing the computer is Emily Ann Cox. She is the assistant principal. Miss Jana Claybrook is also, yes, she's right there waving. And I believe that's all that we have here.
And Stan,
So-
he's given you
Yes, ma'am.
co-host rights, so you can post your presentation.
Okay, can you see, so explain to me, can I share my screen? Is that what you're saying? I have
Yes,
the
sir.
ability to share my?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll share that. Okay, you guys.
There you go.
Everybody good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank y'all. So we went through the same steps. The mission of the Lincoln High School is to prepare our students with personal and academic skills needed to be college and career ready. I think in the last couple of years, everybody's pretty clear on that education got turned upside down and the whole world did. So we came back to the table with the same foundation, but a little bit of a twist to it, just trying to ensure that we are constantly pushing to put our kids in front of opportunities that could be career-based. We're still working on that on a daily basis. Just as today, we have a lady that's looking to join us next year, and we're trying to partner in Lincoln, Arkansas. We have a fire training academy. We're looking to be one of the first and one of the best, clearly trying to push for that. For Northwest Arkansas Emergency Management, we're looking to have EMT kids coming straight out of the door, certified. We're going to have classrooms built that are modeled off of the back of ambulances. We have, we constantly are trying to find ways to put these kids not only where they can receive that educational diploma, they can also walk out of here with the opportunity to have a paycheck that accompanies that. So that's kind of where we're going with it. On our educational model, you see that our student opportunities are trade skills, employment skills, industry certifications, college or career readiness, internships, curricular and structure. I don't want to read the entire thing to you guys. I just want to kind of give you the overlay of why we're doing this and what we do. One of the things that's key to us and key to me, and something that's really close to me, especially in the last couple of years, is the emotional support that we can provide these kids and the mentor programs that we use within our day-to-day basis to develop these relationships with these kids. I believe wholeheartedly that our charter allows us to have the freedom to work with these kids and to develop those relationships and to understand what their interest is and what they need to probably be doing. And that allows us to spend the 4 years from 9 through 12 that I have with them, pulling them in that direction. And hopefully by the time they leave, they know exactly where they're going and what they're going to do. Our digital learning platform provides our kids, we took these pictures of our CNA graduates, of our diesel mechanics, welding mechanics. We have kids that come to us that, if I'm just being honest, and I feel like I'm kind of past the point of selling it, I have kids that don't enjoy being on our campus, but they enjoy being right down the road at a diesel mechanic. And we have a tough time with them wanting to show up here, and they never miss over there because that is where they see the dollar signs coming. That is where their interests lie, and that is where their passion's at. And we use the platform that our charter has provided us to still continue to provide them the educational goals that they need and the standards that they need to have met in order to graduate, but while doing so, providing them with the time that they need to go over during a day with transportation services that we can provide them, with the connections that we can create, and put them in front of career readiness programs where they come out. We've got a few students over there on their senior year. They graduated last year, but they are on their last go round in diesel mechanic school and welding schools and things like that we're super proud of, and we always will be. And they come back and they share these stories, and it just kind of fuels the fire for the next group to come through and want to try to pick one of those paths. Our personalized learning, I just rolled into that because, again, I think it's a huge advantage to get to know these kids and to get to know them on the level that we are provided. With that opportunity, we have, you can see right there in the middle, kind of highlight over it, it says Mentor Fridays. That is a day that we have used to develop. We have a group of mentees that are assigned to a mentor within our school. We use that as a draft process where during the summer, all of our staff get together and we draft the kids that we want. Some of those kids will remain with that mentor throughout. Some of them will be cycled around. We use it again to develop the relationship and the understanding of maybe who they should be partnered up with, who would be a good mentor for them. If they have interest in FFA, we select them with an FFA teacher. We have a great FFA program here in Lincoln. So those guys know how to connect those dots and put those kids in front of things that they will find interest in, and therefore they'll do the work that we need them to do so they can get to do the things that they're wanting to do. I highlight, the building relationships. We've got a picture down here. I can appreciate them putting that in there of some kids in a canoe. We have an amazing outdoor program. We're lucky to be located right down the road from Lincoln Lake. It's an amazing city resource. It's got a 96-acre lake. It's got hiking trails, rock climbing. Again, we use that to develop these relationships and to take kids down there, and they earn all these opportunities. And that is what is celebrated on our Mentor Fridays. We use the week to build up to that. And then on those Fridays, we can have small group interventions. We can look at educational gaps. We can look at emotional gaps. We can look at social gaps. We can figure out what our kids need, in my opinion, at a faster level. We also use it to communicate throughout the building and to communicate on the outside of this building. If you have a mentor, that mentor acts as your liaison between communication efforts for your parents, your grandparents, your guardians, also acts as the liaison between you and the other teachers within the building. So if I know that one of my students is struggling in a particular class, I can reach out to that teacher and I can try to figure out what I need to do to get them through. If I'm going too fast, please just tell me. Our expanded educational offerings, again, this is everything that I'm passionate about, and that's just a list because I will leave things off there. We try to ensure, and I feel like we are meeting it at a successful rate, and we're going to continue to grow, that every kid comes across our stage with a plan. And last year, we had our first ever decision day, where even in the midst of everything that was going on in the world around us, out of our right around 100 kids that graduated, I think we had 87 take the podium and make an announcement about what they were going to be doing, whether it be going into the military branch, going to a college, going directly to work. We wanted them all to take that opportunity and stand up and be proud of that. And that, I believe, is kind of the overall idea behind all of this. We have many different partners, and we've listed off, clearly we try to list off the big hitters there, so you guys can take a look. But we have more. It goes beyond that. We have small business owners. We have a coffee shop right down the road that, it is what it is. Everybody enjoys a good $5 cup of coffee. They've run a successful business in Prairie Grove for years. We partnered with them. I'll go back one, and this little picture down here in the corner. that is our coffee shop that we have built for an entrepreneurial program where our kids come in and we get the free roast. They make us coffee, they deliver the coffee, they run the entire business, and we use that to collect dues and to get money for our kids to enjoy proms, to enjoy at the end of the year the things that in years past we've had a tough time getting that money. So our kids have taken ownership of that, and we have that time to explore those options with them because of the system that we've had set up and because of the charters that are provided. Student perseverance, again, you see down there at the bottom, it says Senior Decision Day. We had, I believe, over 20 representatives from different schools, different colleges, different trade schools, military branches. They all showed up, they set up, we opened it up to our community, we went live on it, we videoed it, and all of our kids in front of our entire student body, in front of their parents, basically just talked about what they would be doing and where they would be going and how they got there. Our program assessment, we do track our college remediation rates, number of students earning college credits, tracking of students. The teacher and student surveys, in my opinion, that's one of our greatest voices because we want to hear what the students think about it. We all understand the educational climate and school choice and what kids, in today's world, everybody has a louder voice than they ever had with all the platforms that they're allowed to voice it on. So we want our kids to enjoy being here, and we want them to understand the value of what we're trying to provide them, and that it's not just a piece of paper that gets tossed to the side, that they come out of here and they have enjoyed their time and they know which direction they're going to go. Our partners across the board, these are people that we've reached out to, and again, we're continuing to grow that. I'm super excited about our EMT program and about our emergency management program. We sat at a table, Dr. Spears and I and Janet Claybrook and Emily Ann, we all sat at a table with over 12 different representatives from firefighters, from police officers, from sheriff, and they were all in there, and they thought the idea of developing this type of program, and especially seeing how they've changed the age requirements for kids to come out of school with these EMT certifications, it just makes sense. And I believe in our area, we will have a large group of kids and parents that are excited to put their kids into something like that. That's our partners, our goals. We use IXL student data. It drives some of the educational gaps and needs. We use that as our small group intervention. We take a baseline, we run that through numerous times. Everybody's familiar with that process, but that is also something that is practiced throughout the week. And then once again, gone over on our mentor days. A lot of time is dedicated toward students' personalized educational needs, their educational gaps, and maybe even the areas that they excel in. That's always the goal, is to get them more time in front of things that they are passionate about and that they educationally excel in. Every student will graduate with a POA, and that is our plan of action, and that is our goal, and that is what we show up every day to try to successfully have happen. And I think our students would vouch for that. I think our staff would vouch for that. Clearly, I'm vouching for that with all of you guys, but that's where we're at. Our waivers, the flexibility, attendance, class size, seat time, clock hour, that's what provides us with this range to put these kids where they need to be. And I'll change the spelling of that right now.
Thank you very
And
much.
that's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carver.
You're welcome.
Ms. James, if you'd like to discuss waivers. Mr. Carver, if you'll stop sharing your screen, please.
I will stop sharing. Yes. Sorry.
That's
there
all
you go.
right. Thank you.
My name is Whitney James with the department, and I did not have any legal comments regarding the waivers that Lincoln High is asking to continue. It's my understanding that the waivers that they have listed are related to their digital learning plan, which they do wish to continue. They have some waivers listed on My School Info that they didn't list as ones that they want to rescind on their application. However, I did confirm that they are asking to rescind all of those. And Mr. Mr. Carver and I went down this list one by one. I said, are you sure you don't need this? Are you sure you don't want this? Do you want to rescind this? And he said yes to every single one. I think mainly because they are not going to have 8th grade students in their school. They're now in 9 through 12. So several of their waiver requests were related to 8th grade students. But they are asking to rescind CTE, teacher licensure, library media, fine arts, health and safety. There's a whole big long list. I don't know if you're interested in hearing everything that they wish to rescind, but I confirmed everything on what's listed on the final legal review is what they're asking to continue. I have no additional comments. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take those.
That makes all the others make more sense. Yeah. Okay. Ms. Saraceni, do you have any questions? No questions?
Not at this time, no.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
No questions, just comment. I appreciate the school taking us focus on true college and career readiness and seeing that throughout their structure. So I'm really excited to see that, and I'm also glad to see they were rescinding the waiver that related to career technical education.
Dr. Williams?
Yes. Enjoyed the presentation because the thing that stood out to me is that you all are doing a good job of, let me rephrase that. You all are doing a great job of meeting the needs of your students. And that's what really has come out to me. Quick question on the mentoring program, which really I think is great. I like that idea. What percentage of your students have mentor teachers or staff members mentoring them?
100%, sir.
100%.
Yes, sir.
I thought that. So what's your current enrollment since you dropped the 8th grade and just 9 through 12 now?
I think we're right around 370, sir.
370? Okay.
Yes, sir.
The only other thing I had with the mentorship program, follow up on that one. How any bumps in the road? What's making that program successful?
That's a good. I think at first you're clearly going to come across something that we all deal with. That if there was any bumps in the road, it was that maybe the alignment of the mentee with the mentor, with the particular mentor. But I would say that I think that what it did was it increased our ability to communicate within the building, and not only to express that we wanted our students to have their own voice, that we needed to use that voice and use our voice and to understand where if I have a student and I am doing my job, not only as a professional, just as a human being communicating within this building, if I know someone that has a similar interest that can spark this kid and provide that hook, that's my job to make sure that I put them in that alignment. And at first, I think there was a little shuffle and buffle because I think every school has one that we can't have one with 55 mentees because they have something that is aligning. But I think once we figured out what worked best and then again what worked best for the adults so they wouldn't feel like they were burning out and that they showed up every Friday and every day, I think that was the toughest part. But we have an amazing building full of human beings who have made it through things, and they did it because of the relationships they developed with those kids and with themselves.
I want to talk about one. So we have, hi, I'm assistant principal here. We have a young guy who is our biology science teacher. He also teaches astronomy, but in his previous years, he was in a rock band, and he has a kids school rock band at our school, and it's really awesome. We put a picture in our slideshow. She's actually in our school band, but she's in our rock band also, and it's pretty cool. They played for us on one Friday. I mean, who has a school rock band? I mean, I know there's a movie about it, but we really made one. It's pretty awesome.
Okay, thank you. That's great.
We enjoy it. We really do.
Dr. Flowers?
Yes, you more or less answered my question. My question was, I was thinking about the mentor matching piece and how do you create a balance between the students, the number of students that are assigned to their mentors, but you did touch on that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, thank you. Just really a question that may be also just a point of clarification. So you all have a pretty robust offering of opportunities for your students, from industry certifications to college preparation. Help us understand, I guess, which are most popular. Is it the industry certifications that most students sign up for? Or, kind of give us some context on that.
Yes, without hesitation, in this area. And again, I think that comes with, we're 26 miles down the road from the University of Arkansas. We do have students who clearly have college aspirations, and we align them the best we can, and we do everything we can to prepare them for that. But in this area, in this rural area, we are a consolidated school district. It is one of the larger districts as far as square miles. We've got kids that are up early. Everyone knows the stories. This is rural Arkansas. So yes, sir, I would say that the majority of ours are career line. We also have a large support within our armed forces. We have gentlemen that show up every Friday from around the area that are recruiters, that they don't just come and sit in the office. They are out in the hallways. They are in the cafeteria. They're in the gyms. They help us develop these relationships, and we have a great group of young men and women that go and serve and then come back, or just throughout their high school, they're just preparing for what and without hesitation, it is the career readiness. It is coming out with some kind of certification to go into a field to immediately make some money.
I expected that. I live down the road from you in West Fork, so I could relate. Let me ask you, you had a good list of industry partners. Do they financially support your program?
In some ways, yes, sir. And we also have Janet Claver is joining us on here, and she's a phenomenal grant writer, and she points us to these resources that just continuously help us year after year fund all this. So
I can speak to that for just a second, Stan.
Sure, yes, ma'am.
We have a partnership with United Way, where we have written a grant, a Pathway Out of Poverty grant, and that allows us to pay for the certifications for our poverty students. And it allows for us to pay some different certifications for those students. So that way the student can go ahead and go through the program if there's a financial commitment, but the United Way piece of it will pay for that student. So they're able to, the CNA students can graduate with college credit hours as well as their CNA degree, and then go right into LPN. So we have different programs that we've worked with United Way on. I think the entire charter has been through with United Way grants. We continue to seek those out for those mentorship pieces. We're allowed to pay the students to go into the businesses for mentorships through that United Way grant as well as a TANF grant through the JAG program. So those are ways that we've been able to get our students in programs that financially they might not be able to do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Carver,
Yes.
in the amendment request, it says that you are moving 8th grade back to the middle school campus. I'm assuming that will happen for the next school year?
Actually, that happened, I believe, 3 years ago. So that move and that transition has already taken place. We have not had 8th grade in this building. I believe Janet could probably give us an exact, but I believe it's been 3 years now.
So was there an LEA change request submitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Whitney, shouldn't there have been an amendment to the charter if you're changing grade levels?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that there should have been. I don't know if there was an amendment request filed for the charter.
Okay. All right, we'll circle up on that, make sure that everything is correct with the LEA numbers, just heads up in the future. And on the, if you look on the agenda, you'll see where Mr. Johnston's kind of noted out each of your components, and you do want us to include that your renewal does include your digital learning plan, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, that's all my questions. Short and sweet. Anyone else? Questions? Then I'll accept a motion.
I move approval. I'll second.
All right, I have a motion from Dr. Wright McMurray and a second from Ms. Saraceni to approve Lincoln High School renewal for 5 years with the waivers as discussed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Carver and team, if you will give us just a moment, our panel members will read their thoughts regarding the vote, and we'll get you ready for state board meeting next month.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams?
Yes. Let me make my little box here a little bigger here, so, yeah. Anyway, here we go. I support the motion. This renewal will allow Lincoln High School Charter to continue offering workforce and college readiness programs that meet the needs of their students. Also, the mentor program can serve as a model for other schools.
Thank you. Dr. Wright McMurray?
I voted for, and I said I support the renewal application. Lincoln High School has developed a strong model that effectively addresses college and career readiness for their students.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I voted to approve the renewal. I think it's a strong program, and especially in a rural community, it's meeting the needs of the kids and the community both.
Dr. Flowers?
Vote to approve this 5-year renewal with waivers as discussed. I look forward to seeing how your learning and mentorship model will continue to guide and support students in college and career preparation.
Ms. Saraceni?
I support the motion for renewal of Lincoln High School. Lincoln High School is leading the way into routine.
Congratulations, Mr. Carver.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate you, and see you for the state board meeting.
Sounds good. Merry Christmas, you guys.
Thank
Have
you.
a good one.
Bye-bye.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Prairie Grove is next. Are they online yet?
Not sure. I'm checking to see if this melody is.
Okay. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break, let them get online, and if they can't, if they're not ready, then I believe you said North Little Rock is ready to go? Okay. and we will be able to do that. So, Mr. Johnston, when you're ready to introduce the next item.
Tim Johnston, DESI Charter Unit. North Little Rock Center of Excellence has come before the committee requesting a renewal on a 5-year period for their charter. The campus serves grades 9 through 12. Current enrollment cap is 3,000 students. The charter will continue to follow a blending of traditional and digital education models. And Carla Wisnat is here representing the district, and she has some other staff with her. And you will need to be sworn in.
So everyone speaking on behalf of North Little Rock Center of Excellence, if you will stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And thank you for being early so we can move along. And I will say that Ms. Saraceni and I visited North Little Rock, and we were quite impressed.
Thank you.
Appreciate the tour. Sonia, did you get to go there? No? Okay. All right. You have 20 minutes
Thank you,
or
ma'am.
so, whatever you need.
All right, I would like to introduce Joseph Maxwell. He's my assistant principal, and Dr. Hooper, she's the new assistant superintendent, and I believe Melody Cox, my counselor, is online. As stated before, my name is Carla Wisnat. I'm the principal of the COE and the Center of Excellence, and we've been in existence for 5 years. After the visit from Ms. Kaufman and Ms. Saraceni, they definitely wanted us to focus on what we've learned and how we plan to make changes for the future. Does this work? It is off. My bad. Here it comes. Just a little nervous, guys. So sorry about that.
Don't be, it's just us.
It's just us.
There's no such thing as the word just. All right. So vision and mission. The first thing we changed was the vision and mission because I was not part of the leadership team that created that. So I wanted to get more input from the staff and the students and the teachers to saying, what is it? What is going to be our vision and mission? And so our vision is that every student will graduate and be prepared for the next step of their life, be it career or college or military, whatever reason. It is our goal. The vision is that every student walks across the stage knowing what they want to do next and what they want to explore. The mission of the North Little Rock Center of Excellence is to prepare our students to be authors of their future through personalized learning, positive relationships, and engaging instruction. The goals. We revised our goals last year to include more realistic and attainable goals. They were a 40% increase by the original charter, and we wanted to make it a 20% increase. And we also added some indicators from the NWE MAP score that we're going to use to determine, not just the ACT Aspire. We plan to increase the math, the reading, and the English scores for all our students. Here's our school profile. I gave you a picture of it, but for those who are online, if y'all can hit the link on the line part, since I'm not sure I can do it here. I can just go through this sheet. We started with some notable recognitions that we've earned over the first years, but the first part I want to talk about is every one of our students belong to a CTSO, a Career Tech Student Organization. We are part of the Skills USA, which is our criminal justice and advanced manufacturing programs. We are part of TSA, Technical Student Association, which is our engineering and computer science programs, and we're part of HOSA, which is our medical profession program. So all our students belong to a technical career organization. What's unique to us is that we do have VEX Robotics. We compete across the state, and we actually started esports by student demand a few years ago, and that really has blossomed tremendously. Our academic program, We always talk about our expanding what we can academically. We are a charter school inside a high school, so a lot of the AP classes and stuff that are very specialized, we can, both our students join and make the success of the classrooms, like the macroeconomics and stuff of that nature. The project-based learning is what we want to stress, and that is because that deepens the mode of learning in the classroom. It answers the question, why are we doing this to the kids? And it helps bridge the learning loss that our kids have experienced through COVID with applying what they do in the classroom. Okay, and in our time, we've given well over 400 certifications. The vast majority of those certifications arrive in HOSA, in our medical professions, with CNA, pharmacy tech, and some FEMA certifications with You're the Help Until the Help Arrives, CPR, stuff of that nature. We were one of the first high schools, and I don't know if any other school, that's offered CNC certification from Haas. So we had several kids earn that last year, I believe the year before COVID hit. And we're bringing that back. And and we offer OSHA 10 certifications as well. We have 2 Project Lead the Way pathways. One is the engineering and the other one is biomedical science. And we've had a meeting with UALR, who's looking at extending their certifications to include biomedical science, because right now I believe the only places that recognize that is in Florida, colleges in Florida. So we've met with them. If you go down to our demographics, down there we are 74% free and reduced, and that's really higher than that, but that's what the kids, you know, would come to. We have 7% ELL students, 7% special ed. When I first came out onto this, we had 21% of our kids enrolling or have enrolled in an AP course, and as of this year, we're at 42% to experience. So all our students experience a pathway. Every student experience one form of our pathways of our career tech. And now we're getting close to 50% of our students experiencing an AP course. And our graduation rate was 95% for all the years we've been here. So I don't know if I can get back out of this screen to our presentation. Our staff profile is me, Mr. Maxwell, Ms. Cox. I have 3 classified staff with the Secretary of the Register and the Parent Engagement Professional. 3 MCLs, which is a version of Opportunity Culture. 1 is full released and 2 are partial released. We have 24 classroom teachers, 14 are licensed, and 10 are working on their licensure through various ways. AQT, past and praxis, working on getting technical permits. Here's our data trends for the last 3 years, and I did not put, you can see that the COVID year was skipped in this data right here. Our ELA scores, even with the COVID year, rose, and so we feel really good about our English scores on that part. We won beating the odds in 17-18 and 18-19 in ELA scores, and we beat those scores last year. And surprisingly, if you look at our math scores, they went down after the year of COVID, but we got recognized by the UALR with beating the odds in math scores too. So even at that, our growth of our students is beating expectations from their previous test scores. Reading has always been a strong point to hit. Literacy is extremely important, as everybody knows. So we are actually doing a literacy across the curriculum in all our classes, including our CTE classes, doing the reading prompts and the writing prompts to increase the literacy of the students. 2 classes that we offered due to the scores of reading and math this year, since the state recognized critical reading in a critical Algebra 1 class, we have bumped that in and double blocked them with our regular reading or our regular ELA class and our Algebra 1 class. Our graduation rates have been high. I want you to know that when my indicator that I use with our leadership team is our on-time credit rate. And our first year, when we first started, we were sitting right around 80-something% on-time credit. And so that on-time credit rate is what drove our intervention classrooms, okay? So we started doing interventions to help the kids get the missing credits that they were needing. What's not seen here is how we ended last year with COVID, the year before last with COVID, and how that impacted our on-time rates. My 9th grade group, after 1 semester, was at 80% on time. So we knew then we better start planning now if we're going to get them where they need to be in order to get them the high school diploma and or the certifications they need to be successful in whatever career they are choosing. Here's some of the changes that we made based on what we learned. Once again, the vision mission was recreated. We do mentoring. We do mentoring for all our students. Every single student has a mentor. Every teacher is a mentor to students, or my MCLs are mentor to teachers. Okay, so at the first time we did mentoring, mentoring is a big pillar in our school, but we did pull-outs. And by that, what I mean is the teacher would have on their prep, pull the kids out of a non-essential core class and just mentor with them once a week. We've always done cumulative grading throughout the semester. We look at it, we do weighted graded. We did weighted grading in core classes only, 70% summative, 30% formative, and we provided after-school tutoring. The next year, we did mentoring during the day, meaning we had it during block scheduling. The district allowed us to go to block scheduling, and we have a flex period, which you would call, and we meet every day for 40 minutes, and during that flex period is when the mentoring will occur for our students. They stay with that teacher during every day. They report to the same teacher that period every single day. We had 2 different reading initiatives. At that time, we did Read 180 class and DEAR reading initiative, which is Drop Everything and Read, which I'm sure you've heard of at some point in time. So the year after that, we dedicated a room for RTI. We realized we needed a room in our school environment for the kids to get the interventions during the day, which is the best time to get them. We changed our platform to Google. The district made a difference. We were on a Summit learning platform prior to this, and we changed it to Google because we ended the year with COVID. This is the year that we ended, and the district wanted everything the same. We went to just words reading, and we ended on virtual learning. The year after that was also last year. We did hybrid classrooms. I have so many singletons. I could not offer a class virtual and offer a class traditional. So we did hybrid. We did the asynchronous or the synchronous learning at the same time. We had our Google Classrooms open, and the teachers were teaching to the kids in the room that were face-to-face, as well as the kids that were virtual at the same time. And that was very hard on the teachers, but they did a fantastic job. And that way, all our students got the services they needed. And we do PLCs. We did them grade level and or department level. This year, we started with our essential standards. We have no hybrid classrooms. The CTE classes were very clear that we have to have hands-on labs. These kids need to come in and work with the machines that they're going to be using. So they were very saying, no, we can't do it. We did it last year because we had to, but this year we didn't have to have that option. So we are definitely 100% hands-on labs during the school day. And we do weighting grading in all our classes across the board. So what we've learned, we must have a quality digital curriculum. We did Summit. Summit was a quality curriculum, but it did not communicate with eSchool as well as we'd like to. So at this point in time, we're looking at Schoology. So we're going to move over on that starting next semester, helping. We've always done mentoring as a must. The kids must have an adult, and it's so impactful that I had a student today from college come meet me before the semester test, and she asked for a mentor from our school to help her through college because she recognized it when she was here, and she graduated a year ago, and she goes, I need somebody to help with goal setting. And so I spoke to one of our new teachers, and he more than willing to say, sure, I'll mentor her. So that's the value of the mentoring. It is important to the social emotional aspect of our students going through the crisis that we have as a country, as a world. And it's important just on the academic success to have someone that they can go to that's not mom and dad and not principal saying, hey, this is where you need to be moving forward to get what you want to do, to explore. Project-based learning, like I said, is essential for deeper understanding and greater retention of content knowledge. The kids remember what they learn when they do it in a project format. And safety protocols. In order to be, and we are very flexible, but in order to be as flexible as we have been, you need to have strict regulations and safety measures in place so the kids are not experiencing, so there's some control and not chaos, not a form of chaos. Here's our snapshot. We've had the option of blended traditional and digital courses. The students focus. Our course delivery is personalized. We have flexible and scheduling for the apprenticeships and internships, the workforce. We've had several apprenticeships over summertime. Our kids go to, our CNA kids go to the VA hospital to get hands-on experience. I know there's a lot of HIPAA laws and stuff, but we have to make sure that we follow the regulations of the companies we're visiting and those stuff. And students can complete with a value-added diploma, and that's all we're trying to do is make sure that when our children leave our campus, when they're walking across the stage, they have more things at hand to make them more employable, and make them more successful in the next step of their lives. These are the waivers that we have asked for to continue. We did rescind several waivers, and I think Ms. Whitney will talk about that. And these are some of the recognitions that we've had in the last 5 years. Our graduation rate, 40% in the AP enrollment. We were highly effective schools accreditation by Solution Tree last year. We've beaten the odds in 18, beaten the odds in ELA in 19, top 10% growth in 2019, top 10% growth last year in 2021, and beating the odds in math in 2021. And that is my presentation, and thank you for listening to me speed through that, because I can feel myself not breathing, okay? So.
Breathe in. So is your digital, I'm a little lost on your digital learning plan. Are you including that, not including that?
We are going to include that. Whitney and I had a conversation yesterday on that, and so there is going to be some amendments on it based on that, but we are going to include the DLP in this renewal.
Okay. It'll just come later in the form of an amendment.
They actually, since they want to include their digital learning plan in the renewal, they've given me a couple of code sections to add to their waiver request, so I can just cover them today and get it all rolled into one.
For a matter of convenience for you all.
Thank you. We love it. All right, come back, Miss James.
My name is Whitney James with the department. For the waivers for the Center of Excellence, they wish to continue their career and technical education waiver. I didn't have any legal comments regarding that. They also wish to continue, I can try to get through this a little bit more quickly if I need to, their library media waiver. I had no comments. Their school nurse waiver, I had no comments on that. They also wish to continue their health services waiver. Had no comments on that. And their teacher licensure waiver. On that waiver request, I believe they had an old standard listed that's highlighted in red, so we're just going to take that off there. And I'd also like Ms. Wozniak to please explain, or please confirm on the record that they will meet all qualified teaching standards and that any special education teachers will have full licensure.
Yeah, we have 0 special education teachers on our staff. All our students go outside to the high school for those services. So we do not worry about that. And as for the licensure of the staff, all our staff have created a plan of process to get their licensure completed at this point in time.
I wish to continue their waivers listed in, or the waivers of the code sections listed in number 6 regarding salaries. I have no comments. They did confirm that they do not need a waiver of 617-908, so I did clarify that. They are asking for a waiver of instructional time, and with that request, we'd like to add the code section 610-126 because that is part of their digital learning plan. So that's one of the code sections they would like to add to continue the digital learning plan. So with that, I don't have any comments on waiver number 7, instructional time. They are asking to continue their waiver of the 6-hour instructional day. I didn't have any comments on that. They are asking to continue their waiver of clock hours. I had no comments on that. They do want to rescind waiver number 10, adopt and implement school safety policies and procedures. They also wish to rescind, and I don't even know if this is necessary because this rule and the statute are no longer in existence, but number 11, attendance. We've updated their attendance waiver with the correct code section. The one they had listed, I'm sure, was from the older, or from the initial application. So we've updated it to the correct citation.
So where is, I'm just showing attendance rescinded, I'm not seeing attendance corrected.
Yes, I'm sorry, I had a couple to add to the end.
Okay.
So that they go with their
Okay.
digital learning plan. So they're just going to, and like I said, I'm not even sure if it's necessary to rescind a
It's-
waiver that has
it's cleaner.
old information listed, but, they wish to rescind their waiver request for class size and teaching load, and that did throw me off a little bit, so I did ask the school if they would be willing to explain to you why they're asking to rescind that waiver when they do have a digital learning plan.
That waiver is rescinded in our DLP, and we want to be consistent across the board on that, and that's why we rescinded it.
Ms. Weisenhunt, is your digital learning, so you're not doing synchronous anymore, so are your students that are on a digital learning plan that are 100% virtual, are they taught like in a separate time with teachers? Are they, how is that
It's a
work?
little bit of everything, okay? It is, the district outsourced that this year. Last year, our teachers did it synchronously and asynchronously, and this year, it is a little bit of everything. There are office hours for the teachers, there are class hours for the students, and they also have asynchronous classes that they can attend when they are not working.
And then those students come on site for their career ed classes?
Yes, we have some kids that come on there just for a CNA lab,
Gotcha.
okay?
Okay.
This brings us to waiver number 13, gifted and talented. They wish to rescind that. I have no comments on that. The school is also asking to rescind their principal waiver. I have no comments on that. Number 15, the school is asking to rescind their school counselor licensure waiver. I have no comments regarding that. Number 16, the school is asking to rescind their superintendent licensure waiver. I have no comments on that. And they're also asking to rescind their school calendar waiver, which is number 17. I have no comments on that. We would like to add a couple of code sections so that they're consistent with their digital learning plan. The school would like to add 618.213A2, which is what they have on their digital learning plan, which is attendance, and 610.126, and I believe we already went over that, but that's the delay or early release of school. Is all of that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all the comments that I have.
So that just means on your attendance that for those students that are participating in your digital learning plan, that attendance would be recorded based on their participation in the online
classroom.
courses?
Yes.
And then on 610.126, that's due to inclement weather, late start,
Yes,
early
there's
release.
like an AMI thing is what I was thinking, but it's not necessarily, right?
It doesn't replace an AMI plan.
No, but we don't need it if we're rescinding it, correct?
So that's the one we just added.
To be consistent with the DLP.
Right.
You're correct.
So if the school were to do an early release due to inclement weather as described in that law, then it tells you, when and when you don't have to make it up. But it doesn't allow you to do early release and not have your 30 hours of instruction provided.
Correct.
Just for clarification. All right. Dr. Flowers, would you like to get us started with any questions?
Thanks again for your presentation. I want to look back at your SMART goals. So I know that you updated them, so all of them are now at 20% increases. So talk to me a bit about how you came up with the 20% for the math. It was initially at 40, which you felt was lofty, so you went down to 20. So talk to me about how you selected the 20 as your baseline.
It was selected after a discussion. We were talking about having a goal that's more attainable in that time, and we thought 40% was just not a SMART goal in the sense
Sure.
it's not attainable.
Sure.
So we wanted to make sure it's more attainable.
Okay. So that's how you just came at the 20.
Yeah, well, we were actually thinking maybe 25%, 5% per year, and it turned out to be 4% per year for the next 5 years. But 20 was what we went through on all three of those goals.
So your target was at 4% for each year then?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
It would be a
okay.
4% growth per year.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You were correct.
Okay.
Baldwin?
I was glad to hear you all have a mentorship program. How do you select the mentors? Is it first come, first served, or randomly, or do you actually target students and mentors based on?
That's a great question. When we first started, it was completely and totally random, okay? We wanted to make sure the mentor had 9 through 12, not just all 12th graders and everything like that. That way we can use some student mentorship as well as in the classroom peer mentorship. Several of the teachers asked for a survey to be given to the kids so we can see with like minds. So the kids that were interested in the medical professions would have a medical profession mentor versus the kids who are interested in engineering have an engineering mentor. So surveys were sent out. The kids will tell us who they connect with. And just like the other school had mentioned, you always have that one person that every student wants. And you have, so we do our best to pair personalities, pair goals, visions, and stuff of that nature with the students. But when we first started, yes, it was 100% random. And as we progressed, we learned how to connect kids with the students that they connect with, and they can have choice, and students and teachers have choices in that.
Dr. Williams?
Yes, I was just, it sounds like things are just going great. I was looking at all the accolades and so forth. Just like to get your comments on what your projection would be. The letter grades was D in 17-18 and C in 18-19. And, we had the 2 COVID years that no letter grade. So how do you compare, you don't even have to use a letter grade, but really what I'm getting to is, how would you compare then when those grades to where you all are now?
Well,
Yeah, we had the state sent out that My School Info where we were, and they had it asterisk. It was a COVID year, and it showed us now at a D+, if we were to use that we slid down just a smidgen, but they didn't give any letter grades for it. Comparing it is just what we're trying to figure out is how to address the learning loss during a year of COVID versus a year of just a normal school year, 2 years of COVID. Let's just be honest about that. We have choices on the kids, and the district helped us out tremendously because we had kids, our first year there were kids going from virtual to traditional to virtual traditional by happenstance sometimes. And now that we say you have to commit to a semester of one or the other, that helps us support our kids in the learning loss in that section. So I feel like we are going to be a C, if not a B school under the same things, just by doing what we did well, the mentoring, the interventions, the on-time credits, but also trying to address that learning loss section. We do interventions during the school day on our flex time. We have teachers list out the kids that need, hey, like our algebra teacher, I need these kids for this subject area and stuff of that nature, just to help build up the learning loss. As long as we teach what we're supposed to be teaching and addressing the learning losses that occurred during COVID, I think we'll be fine in moving our letter grade up.
Okay,
does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Ms. Saraceni?
So on the amendments you're asking, talk a little bit about the current enrollment cap is 3,000.
I've asked for it to be amended to 600. I was in the cafeteria when I first heard that brought up, and I felt the air get sucked out of the room. At this point in time, the staffing with what we have and everything like that, 600 I think is a nice goal. I don't think 3,000 more. Once again, it's more of that attainable stuff. I think we need to keep in mind what's attainable in the next few years. And that is my attainable goal for the next few years, try to get to 600. Is that answering your question, Ms. Saraceni?
Yes, it does. And I just I would be remiss to say that our visit was wonderful and kids were totally engaged.
Yes.
And really in charge of their learning.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Wright McMurray.
Thank you for your presentation and walking us through where you guys are right now. I do have a question back on waiver number 1 as it relates to career technical education. And so I have a sense of why the waiver is in place.
Are you talking about the CTE waiver? Okay.
Because you are really, you're offering out of 2 occupational areas and not the 3, so I can see why you have the waiver there. But my questions are, do you ever anticipate offering any additional occupational areas than what you have right now, which falls under trade and industry and our STEM office? And then 2, looking at your explanation for why you have the waiver, just trying to get a sense of how do you feel the waiver being in place is addressing you being able to embed the curriculum in the other courses, and because that was your response there. Because I feel as if that you can still get there without it, but I'm just trying to get a sense of.
I got you
what the reasoning behind
100%.
that.
Yeah, 100%, ma'am. As for the expansion, which I failed to mention because you just brought that up, and I have it in my notes, but I didn't use my notes, is animal science, HVAC, and small engine repair. At this point in time, we're still looking at areas and rooms where we can do such expansion. Those are some of the biggest ones we have. We created a class called Intro to COE, and in that classroom we talk about all the pathways and all the CTE classes and all the offerings we have for those classes. So for the, hope that answers your first question.
So you're looking at adding animal science, which would be under our agriculture, science, and technology, which would get you to the standard rule, which would get you to the third occupational area. But you're looking at doing that next year?
We have discussed this with our central office people this year, and it is still in the discussion, and I believe the decision will be made in January of this school year.
Okay. So then if you do decide to do that, would it be okay?
No, it's not a pathway yet.
Okay.
Where it's, if that's what you're saying, it's not going to be a program of study.
Okay.
Okay, it's just going to be introducing the classes until we get.
Are you just going to offer just that one class out of that
until
occupational
yes,
area?
until we get a better feel of what we need to do in order to make it a program of study. Okay, we could go through the process at that point.
And then my other question was, can you speak just a little bit about how you are embedding those programs of study in your other courses and how that waiver gets you to that?
Okay, well, that was in the classroom that I was talking about in our freshman seminar class.
Okay.
That is started, and all our freshmen take an intro to COE and freshman seminar. Our first year, we had kids popping pathways. They said, I thought I wanted engineering, but I discovered I didn't want it, and I thought I wanted this and I didn't want that. And so in order to streamline the process, we were giving them an introduction to these classes in 1 year. So in our 9th grade year, our kids take Intro to COE and Freshman Seminar, which is part of the Academy model or Keystone. Some of you may know it as a Keystone class and stuff of that nature. Our CTE teachers, we like in our art, for example, they use a lot of the structures. We try to cross-curriculum instruction all the time in little bits of pieces everywhere. And so for the manufacturing and engineering, talking about it in the math classrooms, the computer science coding, talking about that in the math classrooms and stuff of that nature, not per se as teaching the standard in the math classroom, but definitely introducing the concepts of the CTE classes in the math classrooms. Does that help?
So just one question. So do students have the opportunity, or are students encouraged to go through a traditional program of study inclusive of the courses? I guess I would ask.
I don't know what that is. Please encourage to go through a traditional program of study.
So if like in CTE, so for example, medical professions, there's
3
like,
years.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We do 3 years and we cord them. I know the state changed it to concentrator, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
we still want 3 years.
Okay.
And that's part of our thing is, yes, we definitely want our kids to go through all 3 sequential years of the CTE programs.
Okay.
Okay?
That's what I wanted to hear.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Very good. Thanks.
Ms. James, you may have to help. So when I think about the CTE waiver, it's waiving 9 units of sequenced career and technical education courses representing 3 occupational areas. So what do you have?
What is our occupational areas?
No, I mean, do you have 2 occupational areas, 1 occupational area, or do
We
you have
have-
3?
We have occupational areas, we have more than, we have health professions, CNA, pharmacy tech, and sports medicine, all under HOSA, health professions, and Project Learning the Way, biomedical science, which falls under that. And our Skills USA pathways, we have criminal justice now, all 3 areas, and manufacturing, all 3 areas. In our TSA, we have robotics and computer science and engineering, all 3 areas. But we were talking about academies versus programs of studies versus classes. Which one are we referring to?
So the standard is 9 units of sequenced career and technical education courses representing 3 occupational areas. So they don't meet the 3 occupational areas? Okay.
Because from what's being described, they have representation in trade and industry, which is an occupational area. Then they have representation in STEM, which is an occupational area, with robotics and those pieces being in STEM, and then med professions and CNA and criminal justice is under trade and industry. So although there's a offering, and I have to go in and look to see exactly which one of those are actually streaming out to a program of study. So there's offerings, but they have an array of offerings, but only in 2 areas.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. That makes sense to me. The question I have for Ms. James was the request for a waiver of 610-126. The delay or early release of school due to emergency circumstances. So explain to me what happens by waiving that.
Well, the main reason that schools want to ask for this waiver is that it limits the number of days that you can do that per year to 5. And so that is the reason that it's listed on most digital learning plans. That's my understanding. Section or subsection B1 says for no more than 5 school days total per year, a superintendent may, due to emergency circumstances under subsection 8 of this section, either delay the start of the school day until as late as 10 or release students from school no earlier than 1.
I don't know what that has to do with digital learning plans.
It's on almost every digital learning plan. Remember, that was the one
That was miscoded.
Yes, and so it's on almost every single one of them that's been fixed. I mean, if it's with digital learning plans, I'm not sure they need it, but it's on almost every single one. And just for consistency, that's why they wanted to add it. But we can revisit that, and I can talk with the school a little bit more about whether they really want to or need to continue that. I mean, if they don't have a set start time or release time, I'm not sure that it's needed. It was just there for consistency.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay,
That doesn't mean it's wrong. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I understand. And it might be something that we need to have removed from our digital learning plan application if it's not going to apply. But, with a school that's fully virtual or
Yeah, I can't
virtual
imagine
purposes,
that you use that in any way.
I can't either, and the only reason we put it there today is because yesterday or the day before we had a conversation about the DLPs and how they impact charter schools.
Right.
How I believe the state said 3 years for traditional school, and they're going to do the DLPs based on the charter's renewal. So for consistency only today, we looked at that, but I understand 100% about.
Because once you get the school day adjusted in attendance, then basically you've put them on a program of study and the kids are working their way through that, and you're giving them credit for doing the work and making the progress. Okay, we'll just follow up and look at that. Let's leave it in until we decide to take it out.
Okay.
That's what we discussed.
I don't think it can hurt, but it may be an unnecessary waiver.
I think so. Or maybe somebody else has a really good reason that we haven't thought of. All right, any other questions or concerns or clarifications? Then I'll accept a motion. Do you have something else to say, Miss?
I was going to address, you had that question, but some of our offerings, because we are school inside of a school, so different pathways and different options, we might not meet it under ours, but those options are still available through, they can enroll through our high school classes and still be able to go through their pathways and stuff like that inside of ours.
So I think that part is interesting because the student would still be enrolled in your LEA, but just in your scheduling, you would, whatever teacher that's over in the high school would just have a schedule that also has your student in it as well.
Correct, and we have high school kids in our class.
Right.
So, but, sorry,
Go ahead.
but is it one LEA or two?
There's 2 LEAs,
Students can flow.
but you can share staff. All of our buildings can share staff unless there's a number of students limited per person, like at the district level.
So we've had this conversation before, and what we come back around to in previous conversations is that we're looking at this LEA with their offering, and that's what we would look at to determine that. Now, if we want to, I'm sure we can have other conversations and work with it, but that's how we've kind of determined in the past. As we've been doing program approvals and awarding startups, we look at it from the perspective of what that LEA has to offer and what the students under that LEA can receive.
So I do need the CTE waiver at this time, do I not?
That would be
That would be her recommendation. My question would be, by getting the CTE waiver, is that excluding this LEA from any future support, financial support, startup grants, any of those things?
So with Perkins, it may be a challenge, but with our state startup fund, it probably would not be an issue.
Okay.
Well, Carly, you've caused all kinds of
I am not
conversation.
trying to
I'm writing this one down too. Shared. So that's a really good question, and we'll have to dig that out. Today we're keeping your waiver until further conversation to see. I just want to make sure that you're not missing out on something when actually the services are available to students. And
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
what's really important, our services available to students.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Saraceni? I'm ready for you.
I make a motion that we approve this renewal.
I second.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Saraceni, a second by Mr. Baldwin to approve North Little Rock Center of Excellence for 5 years with the waivers that were discussed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. If you'll give us just a moment, panel members will give you their feedback.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Ms. Saraceni?
I support the motion for renewal of the North Little Rock Center of Excellence. Excited to see the COE provide the opportunities that will prepare students to be authors of the future. I loved your new mission statement.
Dr. Williams?
And I like the new mission statement too. I support the motion. North Little Rock Center of Excellence has a strong focus on CTE that provides students with the opportunity to be a member of one of 3 career tech student organizations. It would be interesting to see their improvement around student learning loss.
Dr. Baldwin? Mr. Baldwin?
Thank you. Yes, I voted to approve the renewal. I think you all provide good educational opportunities for your students, and I support your program.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
Same issue as Dr. Williams a minute ago. My box got small on me. I support the motion. North Little Rock Center of Excellence has provided strong opportunities for their students to engage in CT programs in the area of trade, industry, and STEM. We look forward to expanded opportunities in additional program areas.
And Dr. Flowers?
Vote to approve the 5-year renewal with waivers as discussed. I look forward to hearing about how your mentorship opportunities will continue to enhance the educational experiences of your students, and also how you're working rebuilding programming with successfully address learning loss.
Ms. Wisenhunt, we had a great visit. I was just extremely impressed with your teachers, with your students, with your building. It was just really an amazing place to learn. And just like you do with your kids, you've stretched us to think about our work, and we appreciate that. That's always a good thing, that we're always thinking about how everything fits together or doesn't fit, what needs to be adjusted, and I think that's what you've done at your school as well. So keep up the great work, and we look forward to following up with you about these waivers. Thank you, everyone. Ms. James, what was your decision about moving forward on our agenda?
The media advisory, and in the media advisory, we did not state that items on Wednesday's agenda could be heard on Tuesday, so I would advise that we go ahead and leave the calendar item on Wednesday's agenda.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any other business today?
I don't believe so.
I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Williams and a second by Dr. Wright McMurray to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. We'll see you in the morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.